I feel sick to my stomach. I can't keep my food down. In fact, I never want to think about eating again. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start at the beginning. The new neighbors moved into the house across the street from us just a few weeks ago. The place had only been on the market for a matter of days before the deal closed. At least, that's what I heard from the real estate agent, which isn't surprising given the housing shortage right now. That afternoon, I was in my office, which is on the second floor of our home, the window of which directly faces the street. The moving truck had been parked there all day, though I found it a bit odd that all I'd seen thus far were movers. Every time I looked up, which was often since I couldn't focus on my novel, I expected to catch a glimpse of our elusive new neighbors. But alas, I was going to have to stay curious. My wife, Carmela, was the one who originally suggested we invite them over for dinner. "I think it would be a really nice gesture," she said, while we were eating at the dinner table that night, just the two of us. As much as I like watching people through my office window, I'm not particularly crazy about interacting with them. Do we have to? We barely ever spoke to the Carmichaels, she reminded me. I'd love to actually get to know our neighbors this time. Sure, yeah. I said this so casually, shrugging my shoulders, as if agreeing wouldn't change my life. But if I could go back in time, I would have shut down the idea right then and there. The next morning, when Carm left for work, she asked if I could take a break from my novel at some point and knock on the new neighbor's door to invite them to dinner like we'd discussed. Of course, I said. All day, I dreaded the task. It was actually giving me so much anxiety that I couldn't even get any work done. Finally, just after lunch, I decided to get the deed over with. I went outside, crossed the street, and walked up the steps of the front porch. The first thing that struck me as odd while I was standing there was the fact that all the curtains were drawn, despite the fact that it was daytime. The Carmichaels didn't even have curtains, I thought to myself. Did they just put these up? My heart began beating a little faster, while I anticipated the awkward first meeting conversation. I told myself to just knock on the door, but that was easier said than done. I'll just tell Carm they didn't answer, I finally told myself. Because why not? It felt like a believable enough lie. The moment I stepped back down the porch is when I heard it. The front door creaking open. I stood there, frozen, now trying to think of how I was going to explain why I stood at their door for 30 seconds before walking away without even knocking. "Can I help you?" It was a woman's voice. She honestly sounded pretty nice, as well as confused, and I couldn't really blame her for that. I turned around and saw her narrow, pale face sticking out of the doorway. She seemed to be around my wife's age and wore her dirty blonde hair up in a bun. She seemed a bit sweaty, too, which made sense considering moving absolutely sucks. It took me another second to reply, but I finally managed to get some words out. "I'm your neighbor from across the street. I was just walking over to say hi, but I, decided not to bother you while you were still getting situated." The woman smiled at me, showing teeth. "You're no bother at all. I appreciate you saying hello. I'm Liz." I fudged a smile. "Ryan. Also, my wife was wondering if you and your, partner would like to join us for dinner sometime." "You're so kind. My husband Dennis and I would love to come over," Liz said. "How's Friday night?" I couldn't tell her what I was really thinking, which was that Friday night, as well as any other night, were all no good for someone who doesn't like to socialize in general. But I simply smiled and said, "We'll see you then." As I walked back across the street to my house, nerves finally under control after completing my one social task of the day, it dawned on me that I probably should have asked if Liz and her husband had any dietary preferences or restrictions. In retrospect, I'm so glad I didn't. All week, I dreaded the event. By the time Friday finally rolled around, I told myself that if I had a decent amount of wine with dinner, then perhaps I'd be slightly less miserable. I started drinking before they even got there. Anyway, dinner was actually nothing special. Liz and Calm seemed to get along pretty nicely, and Dennis was your average, boring husband who wore smudged glasses and probably worked in some boring office downtown. We made small talk, spoke of the weather, the stock market, recent movies, books, which I lied about finishing. After we finished our food, Liz offered to help Calm clear the dishes and prep dessert. I was silently screaming on the inside when they both walked out and left Dennis and me alone at the table. Time seemed to pass in slow motion. I mean, the guy just sat there, sipping his wine and staring at me. At the time, it felt like such a strikingly dull moment. That's because I didn't know Dennis was about to say something that would consume me for weeks to come. "I wonder what you taste like." At first, I thought maybe I'd had too much to drink, or that I'd misheard him. I chuckled nervously as I tried to comprehend the statement. "What did you say?" I asked. Dennis took another sip of his wine before answering. "I think you heard me just fine," he said. Then he put his glass down, licked his lips. What the fuck? I thought to myself. Is this guy messing with me? I had no idea what to say. "You're not in particularly good shape," Dennis continued. "Plenty of fat. Fat means flavor." I was horrified, waiting for the "just kidding" to drop, waiting for him to burst into laughter and say, "Got you." But he never did. Instead, I watched as a single drop of saliva began to slide down from the side of his mouth. He's drooling, I realized. He's drooling because he's thinking about eating me. That's when the kitchen door swung back open, and Calm and Liz came back in, carrying desserts for the four of us. Dennis nonchalantly brushed the drool from his face. "I hope you're hungry," said Calm in a sing-song voice. "Dennis just loves chocolate cake," Liz added. My heart wouldn't stop thumping. My mind wouldn't stop racing. There was simply nothing I could say. So I stayed quiet for the rest of the night, gently poking at my cake. By the time Liz and Dennis finally went back home, Calm was already on my case. "Why'd you get so quiet?" she asked. "It was kind of rude, frankly." I was still too freaked out to defend myself. And honestly, I didn't even know how to begin to explain what had happened. "Hey," Calm started. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Obviously, I wasn't. "Did something happen at dinner? I can't help you if you don't talk to me." I swallowed, then finally told my wife the truth. "Dennis, he said that he wondered what I tasted like." "What?" Calm was confused, as was I. "I dunno," I admitted. "He was talking like he wanted to eat me." The moment the words left my mouth, I knew what Calm would say, and I was right. "That's insane," she laughed. "He was probably just joking." It really didn't seem like it. Our conversation escalated into a small fight, which was crazy, because Calm and I almost never fought about anything. And here we were, debating about whether or not my neighbor implied he wanted to eat me. "I don't like seeing you like this," she said. "The next time I see one of them, I'll clear the air." "I don't know if that's such a good idea," I said. "I have to," Calm said. "I don't want us to lose our new friends before we even got a chance to be, well, friends." As much as I didn't want her to bring it up to Liz and Dennis, I was also curious as to how they would do damage control. "All right," I finally agreed. That night, I didn't sleep a wink. The next morning, I was standing near the front door, saying goodbye to Calm and rubbing sleep from my eyes. "Have a good day at work," I mumbled. "Hey, Liz is grabbing the paper," said Calm. "Let's run over there really quickly." "Oh, I dunno." Calm was out of the door before I could protest. I kicked my slippers on and went after her. The two of us intercepted Liz on her lawn, just as she was making her way back into the house. "Morning, Liz," Calm shouted, rushing across the street. Liz turned around, a sleepy smile on her face. "Hi, Calm. Thanks again for inviting us over last night. Dennis and I just adored your cooking." "Oh, it was no problem," huffed Calm. By now I'd caught up to my wife and was standing just behind her, as if I was a little kid waiting for his parent to handle the confrontation so I didn't have to. "Listen," Calm continued. "I'm sorry to bring up such an awkward topic, but apparently Dennis made a joke to Ryan last night, and it rubbed him the wrong way." Liz immediately looked apologetic. "Oh my god, what did he say?" Calm and Liz both stared at me, waiting for my answer. "Well, he said, she's going to think I'm insane," I thought to myself. I'm going to sound like a crazy person. It seemed like he was implying that he wanted to eat me. Calm forced a laugh, apparently trying to lighten the mood. "I know it's ridiculous," said my wife. I told him that Dennis probably just has a dark sense of humor. He was kidding, right? Suddenly, Liz wasn't smiling anymore. She looked calm, dead in the face, then back to me. Actually, no, he wasn't. My heart was now beating out of my chest. Excuse me? Said Calm. My wife seemed angry now. I don't find this funny, Liz. I'm quite serious. As am I, Liz insisted. And frankly, there's nothing funny about it. Dennis and I have discussed it at length, and we've decided that we're going to eat the both of you. Ryan first, then you. And there's nothing much you can do about it. Calm and I stood there, speechless, as Liz calmly walked back into her house and shut the door. I couldn't believe what had just happened. And as messed up as it is, a small part of me was actually glad this time. My wife wouldn't try and tell me I was crazy for what I'd heard. Once we snapped out of our terrified stupor, we both ran back across the street, as fast as we could, slammed the front door shut, and locked it. I could barely see straight. I felt like I was having a panic attack, only worse, because at least those pass with time. I looked at Calm, trying to correct my vision. Everything was spinning. Finally, her face came into focus. There were tears in her eyes, and I could feel them in mine too. In light of recent events, my wife and I realized two things. One, we needed professional help. And two, we didn't have any real evidence. Nevertheless, we spent that afternoon waiting in the lobby of the police station for nearly an hour before anyone was able to help us. I didn't even know the whole thing was going to work, to be honest. I'd never been involved in a situation where I had to beg the police for help before. When the cop standing at the front counter finally called us up, he said that we'd be able to speak with a trainee officer in the back. Is there any way we could talk to someone with a bit more experience? My wife asked. Yeah, like maybe a detective? I added. The cop sure didn't seem to like those questions. He simply gestured to the door that led to the back room and said, "You want to talk to somebody or not?" We both nodded and headed towards the door. As the cop let us through, I quickly glanced down at his name badge. Officer Devour. I blinked once, twice, 3 times. My eyes were dry from the lack of sleep, and I was sure that I'd misread it. But by the time I tried to take a second look, I was too far away to re-examine the letters, even while squinting. You're paranoid, I told myself. No need to tell Calm. And I didn't. The trainee, predictably, was zero help. I mean, he took down copious notes while we told him the story and all the details. But after all was said and done, he basically said there was nothing he could do for us. Why not? We asked. Listen, he said. I've got nieces and nephews, a couple fresh babies in the family. Sometimes I blow kisses on their pudgy little stomachs and say, "I'm gonna eat you up." Now, does that sound like a threat to you? Calm and I were pretty miffed by that. I'm sorry. You're honestly comparing those two things? Calm's voice was getting louder. I'm simply saying there's not much we can do about words. Threats must be specific and targeted, said the trainee. I sighed, told Calm we should leave. This was hopeless. As we walked out of there, the trainee said one last thing with a smile. To be honest, I think they're just joking around. Seriously. But jokes are supposed to be funny, I said. Different things are funny to different people. He shrugged with a smile. I didn't like what he was implying. In the car on the way home, a sentence came out of my mouth, seemingly without my permission. Maybe we should buy a gun. Calm looked at me like she was shocked that I would ever suggest such a thing. I mean, I was, too. Sure, I'd written a handful of thrillery crime novels and done a ton of research into guns for various books, but I had always staunchly been against the idea of owning one. Until now. It seems like an extreme step to take, said Calm. Besides, what if that trainee was right, and this whole thing really is a joke, and they're just playing the long game with us? The long game? Sure, like an elaborate prank. I considered the option. That seems needlessly cruel and a straight-up insane thing to do to a couple you've just met. You're right, said Calm. But what's the alternative? That was a very good question. That night, I found myself constantly walking over to our front window. Every so often, I'd stand there and eye the house across the street from afar. Nothing much seemed out of the ordinary, except for the fact that Liz and Dennis kept their curtains closed all day. But then again, I guess there were a lot of people in the neighborhood who preferred their privacy. I began taking notes in my phone, documenting their activity, just in case. Their living room light stayed on until 9 p.m. exactly. Then the house went dark, save for an orange glowing hue coming from the upstairs bedroom. I could imagine Dennis and Liz in bed, both with a book in hand, reading, as if they were perfectly normal people who didn't tell their neighbors that they would soon be eating them. Once we got into bed, my wife held out her hand. There was a very small pill inside of it. It was white and looked like a dry, chalky mint. Here, she said. What is it? It's one I take before plane trips. It's nothing strong. It'll just calm you down. But I don't want to calm down. Ryan, she sighed. I grabbed the pill from her hand and stared at it for a while, and finally popped it into my mouth and swallowed it dry. Then I waited impatiently for the panic to dissipate. I was awake until I wasn't, but it only felt like a matter of seconds before my phone buzzed loudly on the nightstand next to me, which instantly woke me up. I'd forgotten to turn on night mode. I grabbed my cell and turned it over to reveal someone was calling me from a private number. My first thought was that it was potentially someone from the police station. Maybe they found some useful information, I convinced myself. You should pick up the phone. So I did. Hello, I said softly, trying to not wake up Calm. But there was no one on the other end. Hello? Is anyone there? Then I heard something. At first it sounded wet, like a tongue clicking or saliva spattering. Then that wetness grew into a chomping. That's when I realized what I was hearing. It was the sound of someone eating, as if they placed the phone directly up to their mouth while attempting to masticate as loudly as possible. "Who is this?" I demanded to know. The sounds continued, seemingly getting louder and more intense. It felt like I was dreaming. For a minute, I wondered if I was. Wait. What was in that pill? Was it Xanax? Something else? I should have asked. Why didn't I ask? "Please," I begged. "Why are you doing this to us?" Finally, the chewing stopped. Silence. Just heavy breathing. Then a man whispered something into the speaker, food still clearly in his mouth. "Because I need to know how you taste." Suddenly, a level of fear swept over me that I didn't even know was possible. I dropped the phone. I'm not sure if I even hung up. I just started shaking and shivering, as if I was suddenly in a blizzard. "Please, wake up," I told myself. "You're dreaming. This is all a dream." That's when I heard my wife say, "Ryan?" She flipped her bedside lamp on, and the dim light was somehow blinding. "What happened?" she asked. I still didn't know. Was it real or just a dream? But I knew how to find out. I grabbed my phone, went to the call log, and there it was. A single call from 1 minute ago, which lasted exactly 36 seconds. "What is it?" she asked again. "I'm so scared, Calm," is all I could say. After the disturbing late-night call, Calm and I couldn't sleep, obviously. We agreed that if it happened again, we'd use her phone to record the conversation, then forward it to the police. Lucky for us, my cell stayed silent for the rest of the night, save for the occasional spam email. "They're trying to torture us," she finally whispered in the dark. "Well, it's working," I responded. "Should we, I don't know, look into moving?" "This is our home, Ryan." She was right. But that was also the point. It occurred to me right then that no one should feel unsafe in their own home. Therefore, action needed to be taken. The next morning, Calm couldn't play hooky again. Her boss had apparently chewed her out pretty bad for taking a single sick day yesterday. Arsehole. "Don't worry about me," I told her. "I'll be fine." "Are you sure?" "Yeah." And I knew I would be. Because I had a plan. First, I phoned the police station to tell them about the strange call I'd received in the middle of the night. As I suspected, they failed to take the threat seriously, or even acknowledge that it was a threat at all. But after a bit of begging, Officer Devour at the front desk said he'd arrange for someone to stop by their place to issue them a formal warning regarding the recent incident report. At least now they'll know that the police are involved, I thought to myself. Maybe that'll put an end to all of this, once and for all. But just in case it didn't, I decided that I should take a trip to my local gun store. It turned out that acquiring a firearm in the state I lived in was a staggeringly simple process. The guy at the counter was able to get an OK from his computer system in about 30 minutes, the duration of which I spent next door at a local deli, trying to push a turkey sandwich down my throat. I only took a few bites before I had to stop. It had been hard for me to eat much of anything since everything started, and slimy deli meat sure didn't make that task easier. Once I took care of the paperwork, also easy, I drove the weapon back to my place, feeling good and protected for the first time in a long time. I decided I wouldn't tell Calm about the gun, but only because, 1, I was hoping I wouldn't have to use it, and 2, I didn't want her to be paranoid about having one in the house. That afternoon, while she was at work, I spent some time fiddling with the thing, making sure I got accustomed to the weight and feel, and that everything was working properly. Then, I turned the safety on and stuck it under my mattress for easy emergency access. For the rest of the day, I sat in my office upstairs, not working, but rather waiting for the police to pay my neighbors a little visit. Needless to say, I didn't get any writing done. The cop car didn't pull up to their house until almost 5 p.m., which I guess proves how profoundly unserious our local police department considered this situation. I sat up and watched as a uniformed officer, he wasn't anyone I'd met previously, got out of his car and knocked on the neighbor's door. Without much of a delay, Dennis answered. He was smiling, and I could tell by just looking at him that he was pretending to be clueless about the whole situation. My jaw dropped as the officer turned back to his car after only a brief, maybe 60-second conversation. But even stranger was the fact that instead of getting back into his cruiser, the cop kept walking and headed straight toward my home. Officer Eder brought nothing but bad news to my door. "He's lying," I blurted out. "I know what he said to me at dinner. Then Liz said it again, right in front of my wife. You can ask her if you don't believe me." He shook his head and sighed. "Look, all we have here is your word against his. And he says that you're the one who's been harassing him and his lady ever since they moved in." "Me? Wait a minute." He put his hand up, signaling that he didn't want to hear what I had to say. He chalked the whole thing up to a neighborly dispute, and said that I should simply stay away from Dennis and his wife if I wanted to avoid a restraining order. I couldn't believe it, but there was nothing I could do. I just nodded, let him go, and then shut my door. Afterward, I looked outside, checking the neighbor's house again. That's when I saw Dennis's pale face peering out from behind the curtains before he smiled, then disappeared back into the house. When Calm got home from work, I didn't lie to her. Rather, I decided to tell her a slightly less true version of the truth. "The police gave them a severe warning," I said, "and they assured us that we won't have any more issues." "Well, that's a relief. I'm just glad they're finally taking us seriously." "Me too." I'm not sure why I said that. I guess I just very badly wanted it to be true. That night, I actually was able to get a bit of sleep, which surprised me. Maybe it was because I knew I finally had something to protect me, nestled underneath my mattress. But then, around 3:40 a.m., something woke me up. It was the automatic lights in our backyard, which are so bright that they shine right through the thick curtains in our bedroom. Every once in a while, a coyote or small animal, like a rabbit, would set the lights off. But I figured I'd better check it out, just to be safe. I silently sat up, made my way over to the window, and looked outside. Just as the timer turned back off and the yard once again returned to darkness. As I let my eyes adjust, still half asleep, I waited patiently to see if the lights would be triggered again. But there was nothing, just night. I was just about to go back to bed when the lights flashed on again. And that's when I saw it. There was a figure, dressed in all black, who quickly moved out of my field of vision and into my blind spot, which was close to our sliding back door. Someone was in my yard. I gasped so loudly that it woke my wife up. "Ryan, what is it?" She groaned as she sat up, suddenly alert. "Call the police," I said, reaching under the mattress to feel around and grab the gun. "What's happening?" "Just do it, calm," I yelled, finally pulling out the weapon. I quickly turned the safety off and made my way out of the room. "What the fuck?" she screamed. "Where did you get that?" I was already in the hallway when I answered. "Just call 911. Now!" I felt like I was in a movie or something as I hurried down the stairs, gun in hand. My hands were shaking as I opened the backsliding door and edged outside. I was terrified, but there was also a part of me that wanted to catch Dennis in the act, before he'd gotten off by lying. But this time, he was trespassing. "I know you're out here," I shouted, trying to hide the fear in my voice. "I've got a gun, and I'm not afraid to use it." The floodlights flashed on again, but every few seconds they'd turn off, and I'd have to wave my hand around to make sure I wasn't swallowed by the dark. "I know you're here, Dennis," I shouted again as I wandered around the dark yard. "This ends tonight." All I could hear were the sounds of silence. Then, in the distance, something faint. Sirens. The cops were on the way. "Oh, thank God," I thought. "Here comes the cavalry." As the sirens grew nearer, I lowered my gun and came to the conclusion that whoever was roaming around my yard was now gone. But that's when I saw it. It was a single porcelain plate, placed right outside our sliding glass door. I must have walked right past it when I stumbled out into the yard, shaking like a leaf, and too on edge to notice. I walked over to inspect the plate. On it was a raw slab of meat, sitting in a pool of bloody juices. My heart started beating again, faster and faster, as I looked to a note that had been left next to it. It simply read, "You are nothing but meat." I gagged thoroughly as a realization hit me. That piece of meat didn't come from an animal. It came from a human. Within a matter of minutes, Our street had transformed into a spectacle of red and blue lights, flashing and flickering in the night. Nosy neighbors stumbled out of their houses, wearing robes and slippers and confused faces. For obvious reasons, both Dennis and Liz remained inside their home. The two officers that showed up, who I recognized as Adair and Devour, seemed unreasonably calm as we explained the situation, paranoia and fear still pumping through our veins. "I want that meat tested," I kept saying. "It came from a human. I know it did." "Easy now," said Adair. "We're gonna get it all bagged up. Don't you worry about it." Meanwhile, Devour asked pointed questions at my wife. "Did you actually see the intruder, ma'am?" "No, I didn't," she admitted. "But I believe my husband. And obviously, someone was here. How else did that plate get here?" Officer Devour simply shrugged, as if he didn't have an answer, but didn't need one. "I don't know, but we're gonna put this all down in the report." "Enough with the reports," I snapped. "I want Dennis arrested for trespassing. Right now." "Unless you have some type of surveillance cameras, we can't do that," said Adair. A few years ago, Calm had brought up the idea of potentially getting some of those ring cameras to put around the house, but I dismissed it, because nothing bad ever happened in our neighborhood. What an idiot. The cops were just about to leave for the night, when my gun fell out from my waistband and toppled into the dirt. I'm not quite sure why that made me nervous, since I'd acquired it via a legal and legit process. But I mumbled a sorry and stuffed it back into the waistband of my pajama pants. They both shared a terrible look, as if I was the one who was now in trouble. "Sir, do you have documentation for that weapon?" asked Devour. "Of course," I said. "It's in the house." I ran upstairs to my office, grabbed the papers from my desk, and brought them back down to be inspected by the officers. Adair and Devour took the packet, then went back to the cruiser, where they seemed to search for something on their little computer, which caused them to mumble a lot and shake their heads. When they finally came back over, what they said blew my mind. "We're gonna need to confiscate the gun." "What? Why?" "The store failed to run the appropriate background checks. Also, a couple of key forms are missing." "No," I sighed. "You can't take it away from me." "It's just until things get patched up, sir." I went apeshit. "You're doing this on purpose," I screamed. "This isn't right." Calm was tugging at my sleeve and trying to get me to calm down. "Ryan, just give them the gun." I didn't want to do that. But it wasn't until Adair and Devour both placed a hand on their own weapons that I considered complying. I mean, they were uniformed officers. They could have me arrested, or worse, shoot me. What the hell was I supposed to do? I handed the heavy metal weapon over to them, before realizing that I was now completely and totally unable to protect myself. The sun soon began to rise, and we hadn't slept. After the police left, Calm and I did a sweep of our entire house, just in case. But of course, we found nothing and no one. So we sat at the kitchen table, still worked up, still terrified for our lives. "You have work soon," I reminded Calm. Fuck that, she said. I'm not going. It was quiet for a while. Then I proposed an idea. I think we should find somewhere else to stay, just for a few nights. We can try the motel just past the highway. The last time I'd driven by that motel, I remembered thinking how dirty and disgusting it looked. Maybe we'd get bed bugs or something. But hey, that was better than being eaten. Okay, she finally said. I'm gonna pack a bag. We arrived at the motel in the early morning and paid the guy at the front counter. We probably looked absolutely insane. Two crazy people, dark bags under their eyes, showing up at a motel with two backpacks at 6:38 in the morning on a random Tuesday. But there we were. The room was, in fact, dirty. It was also small and smelled like rotten eggs. But that didn't matter. We both collapsed onto the hard mattress and slept for almost 15 hours straight. It was the first time we'd felt safe in days. Our new neighbors were no longer our new neighbors. That night, after the mini coma, I went across the street and grabbed a bunch of food from Taco Bell, and Carm and I feasted as if we hadn't eaten in years. To be clear, I asked for everything vegetarian style, which is a thing they do, apparently. Afterward, we took a turn using the shitty shower in the shitty bathroom, then returned to the hard bed. I turned the TV on and flipped through the channels while I considered our remaining options. I think the police are involved, I said, knowing how that sounded. Ryan. Think about it. That's why they took the gun. Or the store really did fuck up the paperwork. I shook my head. No, they didn't. There was a long, pregnant pause. So what are you saying? She asked. That there's some cannibalistic cult that wants to eat us and only us, because we're that special. Not just us, I said. My guess is they've been doing this for quite some time. We aren't the first, and we won't be the last. Carm went silent for a while, before saying, I'm going back to bed. I got up, filled 2 dusty glasses with water from the sink, and placed one on each nightstand. When I took a sip, my instinct was to spit the liquid out, but not because of the taste, though that wasn't pleasant either. It was more so the fact that the temperature of the stuff was piping hot. I'm gonna get some ice, I said. When I come back, I'll knock 3 times, and you'll know it's me. Don't open the door for anyone else, okay? Sure, she said, though I could tell she considered my plan a needless precaution. The motel was eerily quiet as I walked down the outdoor corridor, finally arriving at the ice machine. When the clear cube shot out into the bucket, the machine made a terrible noise, almost like the sound of an animal dying. When I got back to the room, I knocked 3 times. Then I waited. Silence. I knocked another 3 times, this time pounding on the door with the ball of my fist. Still nothing. I began to panic. Carm? I shouted, slamming the wood now. Open the door. Maybe she's just in the bathroom, I thought. She'll open up in any second. But she didn't. And that's when I knew I had to break down the door. I'd actually done research into this for a book once. I knew exactly where to kick the door and with which part of my foot, which is why it only took me 2 tries before the door cracked open and I rushed inside. Come? Come? My heart was racing as I looked around. I'd never been more scared. The bed was empty and the sheets were now a mess, as if someone had torn them off haphazardly. I ran across the room and into the bathroom, and that's when I saw the window, wide open, ripped curtains now blowing in the warm night air. I stuck my head out of the window and peered out into a dimly lit parking lot. Come? I screamed out into the void. Then, in the distance, I saw something. A black and white car, speeding off into the night. It disappeared down the boulevard. I almost threw up as the revelation hit me. That was a police car. I instinctively almost called 911 before realizing I couldn't do that. There was now no one left to help me. Not even my wife. I was alone. They had taken her. Soon, they'd be tasting her. And I was next. After Calm was taken, I didn't know what to do. The local police department couldn't be trusted. Perhaps I could get in touch with someone from the FBI, but by then, it would be far too late. I'm not saying I did the smartest thing, but it was the only thing that came to mind at the time. Nothing was going to stop me from getting my wife back. And so, I got in my car, drove back to the old neighborhood, and parked across the street from the neighbor's place. I sat in the driver's seat, heart racing, as I scoped out the place. As usual, the neighbor's house was dark. There were 2 cars in the driveway, which belonged to Dennis and Liz, but no police cruisers in sight. Had the officers brought her back here? If so, where was the car? I was about to find out. My entire body was shaking violently as I walked up to Liz and Dennis's door. I raised my fist to knock, before realizing that perhaps it was a profoundly stupid thing to do, announcing myself in such an obvious fashion. Instead, I turned back and crept around the side of the house, through the gate, and into the backyard. I walked as slowly and quietly as I could as I made my way up the steps and peered through the window of the back door. Nothing but darkness in there. I placed a hand on the knob and turned it. Shockingly, it was open. Was I actually taking them by surprise? Or was this some sort of trap? To be honest, I didn't really care. I stepped into the dark. Sometimes, when you wake up in the middle of the night, it's possible to blindly find your way to the bathroom without turning on any lights due to your familiarity with your own home. This was the opposite of that. I was feeling around the dark house, step by step, unable to see much of anything. I felt blind, like I'd been stripped of my senses, and I hated every minute of it. The floor creaked as I stepped again, and I remained frozen in place for a whole 60 seconds before deciding it was safe to move. Maybe Liz and Dennis really are asleep, I thought to myself. Maybe my wife isn't even here. But that's when I heard the noises. At first, it almost sounded like moaning, sounds of pleasure. And there were multiple people engaging, not just 1 or 2. Was there some kind of sick, twisted, cannibal orgy going on in this house? Or worse, what if... No, I didn't even want to consider that option. I followed the disgusting sounds, continuing to guide myself through the dark. The moans became louder and more clear, and that's when I realized I was literally just around the corner from whatever weird shit was happening here. My heart was beating so fast that I thought it might give out at any moment. When I finally stepped around the corner, what I saw shook me to my very core. There were 4 bodies sitting around the dining room table, a single plate in front of each, and a few candles that flickered with light were scattered on the table. Dennis, Liz, Adair, Devour. The moans I'd heard were, in fact, sounds of pleasure. But they weren't rooted in sex. They were rooted in the act of eating. Each of them made awful sounds as they nibbled on what appeared to be tiny, stubby pieces of meat on their plates. They hadn't seen me yet. Then, suddenly, I shifted my weight, and the floor beneath me creaked loudly. The eaters looked up, staring at me. Now I could see that their faces and teeth and shirts were full of blood. No one moved for a tense beat. I just want my wife back. Please. I'm begging you. They all shared a look with each other, as if they were considering the option. For a moment, I almost thought my begging might work. Then, suddenly, each and every one of them shot up from their seat and came after me. I ran back into the darkness. "Come, where are you?" I yelled as I tripped and stumbled through the unfamiliar space. The next thing I knew, I'd found myself at the bottom of some stairs that led to the second floor of the house. I didn't really have any other option, so I ascended. Once I climbed to the top, I felt around and found what appeared to be the closest bedroom. I ran inside, shut the door and locked it. Immediately I tried to flip the lights on, but they didn't seem to work. Bang. The eaters were now at the door. I had to think fast. I looked to my left and saw a nearby dresser. I pulled at it with all my might and wedged it against the door. That'll buy me some time, I thought to myself. But what about Calm? Then, I heard something. A soft voice, mumbling a single word. "Ryan?" I turned around, and that's when I saw Calm. She was sitting on the bed calmly, and didn't seem like herself. "Calm!" I ran over to her. The moonlight coming in through the window was hitting her right in the face. It almost felt like some sort of strange miracle that she was still alive. "I'm gonna get us out of here," I told her. Bang. The eaters rammed at the door again. I tugged at my wife, trying to get her up off the bed. And that's when I realized 2 things. The first was that she was handcuffed to the bedpost. The second was that, well, it was now painfully clear to me what those monsters were eating downstairs. Oh my God. Each and every one of Cam's fingers had been cut off. I almost puked. I tried my best to move past this realization, but that was easier said than done. "What have they done to you?" Cam didn't look at me. She had seemingly no reaction to any of this. I think she was still in shock. Bang. "Don't worry," I said. "I'm gonna get us out of here." I stood up on the bed and started kicking the shit out of the bedpost until the wood snapped, freeing Calm. Then I ushered her over to the window, where I pushed it open and looked outside. The second-floor roof was our only escape route. Bang. The eaters were just about to break down the bedroom door. We had to move quickly. "Don't look down," I whispered to Calm as we shimmied along the roof. Blood was still leaking from her hands and tracking behind us as we moved under the moonlight. Once we were just over the front lawn, I saw my car, still parked where I'd left it. So close, I thought. We were almost there. "I'm going to let you down easy, okay?" Calm nodded, absent-mindedly, as I grabbed onto her wrists and helped lower her as far as I could, until I finally dropped her onto the grass on the front lawn. It was a bit of a fall, but she got up almost immediately and seemed okay. Then I lowered myself down and dropped onto the abyss, slightly twisting my ankle on the way, but that was the least of my problems. "The car's right over there," I said quietly as we hurried across the street. Once we were both inside, I started the engine and locked the doors, and that's when a loud crashing sound almost gave me a heart attack. Adair and Devour were on the other side of the car, smashing in the windows with their batons. I screamed, but Calm was silent, still totally out of it. I put the car into drive just as another body appeared in front of us. It was Dennis. He was smiling at me. The sick fuck. I was suddenly reminded of the night that all of this started. The two of us, alone, sitting at the dining room table. The shit he said to me, and that disgusting droplet of drool that came out of his mouth while he considered what I tasted like. Fuck him. I stepped on the gas, flooring it. The tires screeched and my vehicle lurched forward. Adair and Devour weren't able to hold on any longer. My blood was pumping as we slammed into Dennis, and his body disappeared underneath the car. There was a satisfying thump as we sped away into the night. It was probably a whole 60 seconds before I was able to process what had just happened, or even speak. "We're okay," I finally said. "It's over." My wife didn't say anything. She just kept staring into space. A broken person. But at least she was alive. I didn't stop driving until we needed gas, nearly 4.5 hours later. For my own safety, I cannot say where we've been hiding since this all went down. But what I can tell you is that I have no idea where we go from here. I couldn't take Calm to a hospital that night to have her hands checked out because, well, we knew it wasn't safe. And besides, it's not like we had the fingers to reattach anyway. By now, I'm sure the police have spun the entire case around and are using city resources to try and find us. What I'm also sure of is that there must be more people, just like us, who have been tortured, terrified, and eaten by these very sick people. Perhaps some of them are missing fingers, toes, arms, legs. Perhaps some of them have nothing left. But I need you to believe me when I say that the eaters are out there, and they're still hungry. So, if one of them is ever bold enough to tell you outright that you've been marked, don't do what I did. Don't go to the police. Don't try and defend yourself and your home. Just run. And do not look back. They are unbeknownst, unspoken, unnamed, unreal. They cannot be realized by logical conception. Any information we ingest undermines all attempts at reconstruction. They are held within the physics of disorder, the concepts of chaos, the structure of delirium. They are the ones unknown. Their existence scrambles the intent of our sensory organs and manifests as mass confusion at their most understood. They are gods of entropy. And my 4-year-old just summoned one. My daughter, Arlie, has a very experiential approach to living. She loves to squish mud in her hands. She refuses to wear her shoes, preferring to feel the ground beneath her feet. She'll play with umbrellas in the sun and discard her clothes to run around in the rain. She likes to question everything and prefers her own path, rarely following the lead of others. She's my pride and joy. She also has a mind that soaks up information as the Sahara soaks up rainfall. Her favorite shows are almost all exploratory and experimental. Creative Galaxy, Emily's Wonder Lab, Magic School Bus. She loves telling me about the new things that she learned that day, and astounds me with her insight and curiosity. One of her favorite pastimes, a thing that often drives me crazy and makes me smile both, is her penchant for what she calls making potions. She'll get a container, a bucket, a bowl, a coffee cup, my wife's favorite vase. Nothing is sacrosanct. Put a little water in and begin adding ingredients. Some of the ingredients are sanctioned. We have some soaps or shampoos we never ended up using that we gave her. We purchased some fizzy bath powder that adds a bubbly effect for her. Sometimes I'll get involved and provide a few drops of food coloring, or some salt, or some tea leaves we have mouldering in our top cupboard. Sometimes her choices of ingredients aren't so sanctioned. She's helped herself to half a bottle of my contact fluid once. She used a whole tube of toothpaste, a goodly amount of my wife's best perfume, half of the container of flour we kept in our pantry, which now resides beside the tea leaves. I know it's our job to monitor her, but I do believe in giving her some level of autonomy. The parenting choices we all must make. Over time, though, she's developed a sort of routine with her ingredients. She began insisting on specific items, most of which were sanctioned, so we saw no reason not to provide her with a supply. They're less expensive than toys, or the markers she keeps killing. She even became particular with the order of ingredients that she adds. When I asked her why she's become so particular, she responded, "'Cause it's the best way to make the magic happen, Daddy." Whatever works. It's her potion, after all. she would spend longer and longer on the potions as well. The last time, I think she was using the bathroom sink for almost 2 hours, carefully adding this and that in intentional amounts. She was making far less mess than usual now, so I couldn't complain, unless one of us had to go wee. The most recent time, though, was different. She'd been in there for almost 2.5 hours, and didn't show any signs of stopping. I was engrossed in a report I needed to finish for Monday. The missus was out running errands and taking some time for herself. Suddenly, I heard a small crash from the bathroom, and immediately after, a frantic yelling of "Daddy, ow." Shit. My heart leapt into my chest. I flew to the bathroom and was greeted by the sight of broken glass and a tear-filled face. She had broken my wife's hand mirror and had apparently cut herself on one of the shards. My fear was replaced by anger that I quickly suppressed. It would not help at all in this situation. "Oh no, baby girl. Here, we need to wash that out so it doesn't get infected." She blanched, of course. "No, Daddy, it's gonna hurt." "I know, baby girl, but we have to keep the infection bugs away, right?" She nodded grimly. My strong little girl. Her potion was sitting in the sink, and the sight of it took me aback. It was a chalky green, and bubbling faintly, as if on the boil. It was unsettling. It wasn't hot to the touch, though. Weird. Setting it aside, I ran the water and helped her wash the cut on her finger. "Daddy's gonna grab a band-aid from the cupboard, okay? It's not a deep cut. You'll be just fine." She nodded dourly, sniffling. "The Dora Explorer ones?" I smiled and nodded back. I sat her on the toilet cover and left to grab a Dora band-aid. Upon returning, I saw that she was holding her finger over her still bubbling potion, trying to add one more unsanctioned ingredient to the mix. "No, honey, what are you—" The instant the drop of blood hit the roiling green liquid, it turned black as pitch, and there came a sudden, terrible, crushing pressure, like the weight of mountains, like the weight of oceans. Words failed me. I couldn't form them. I couldn't breathe. Everything trembled. It vibrated and crackled like the slow shattering of glass, the crashing of lightning on glaciers. Rock rent to crumbling by screams of anguish. I could hear them. I could feel them. In my heart. In my bones. In my head. Something pushed, bent, warped a heat haze shimmer, but bulging, splitting the space between us. Something broke through the shimmer that wasn't an arm, and it did not have long sinewy digits tipped by vicious gut-wrenching claws. It wasn't there, and it hesitated before gripping the edges of the hole in reality and pushed, widening it with a sound of tearing flesh and canvas. The world screaming in agony as I tried to scream with it. I couldn't move, but I fell to my knees in forced supplication and was terrified as an entity that didn't exist forced its way into my bathroom. It was vast. It was immeasurable. It was the size of continents and planets, and atoms and sin. It was exactly the size of Arlie. It was angry and sharp and hungry and leathery, and most definitely not there, as I could not feel its infinite, ultraviolet gaze boring into my skull and forsaking my existence to a litany of pain. It whispered, and I trembled. It spoke, and I could feel myself fraying as my mind reeled and tumbled into unmaking. I shook. I shivered. I absolutely vibrated with abject despair. I pissed myself. It knew me, and I didn't know it, as it wasn't there, because it could not exist, as it condemned my unidimensional visage. The entity regarded me, pondering my unmaking. It turned, or it didn't, and knelt down in front of my 4-year-old daughter. A voice like a supernova whispered in a language that made my eyes ache. It spoke directly to Arlie. What is thy bidding, my master? I wept. This entity had been summoned by the blood of my 4-year-old. Now, it served her. Parenting just became a lot more difficult. Nearwood had our very own lavender town. October 13th, 2010, halfway through the broadcast of the local kids' television show, Mrs. Blinky's Playhouse. A high-pitched screeching sound played for exactly 2.5 minutes, frying the brains of 10 children who had been watching the show, and permanently altering the minds of the rest of the town's kids, with parents who managed to switch the TV set off before their children's brains, quite literally, burst. Mrs. Blinky's Playhouse was the best and only kids' TV show that we had. Sure, we had cable and Nickelodeon, but our usual TV channels were the news, an adult station I caught my dad watching sometimes, and Mrs. Blinky's Playhouse between channels 6 and 7. The show was broadcast on a local station and never left our town. It was special to us as kids. Mrs. Blinky and her gang felt like friends, or even family members, often visiting us at school on special occasions, and holding competitions where we could actually write letters to Mrs. Blinky. So, we opted to watch it instead of SpongeBob. The show consisted of exactly what you would think, and don't expect me to describe it in much detail, because I have barely any memory of the original run. It was bright and colourful, featuring 4 absurdly dressed live-action creatures, with names someone had clearly come up with by using a dartboard and hoping for the best. Mrs. Blinky was a squirrel, while her friends were harder to make out. Honestly, I don't think they were even animals, like live-action cartoon characters. The show had apparently been my favourite thing to watch, according to my mother. I would sit in our living room before and after school, and join in, singing with all of Mrs. Blinky's gang. I could name all of them when asked, and when Mum questioned me who my favourite was, I giggled and bowed my head, muttering that it definitely was not Mr. Gabbles. The rabbit/cow hybrid, with fluffy horns and a funny nose whose gag was to constantly fall over and make all the kids in the audience laugh. Mum said I would stay up way past my bedtime to wait for reruns, so I could excitedly point at his wide smile. He was the comic relief character, and was of course popular with kids for being the butt of every joke. I'm unsure if 5-year-olds can get crushes, but if they can, Mr. Gabbles was definitely my first crush. According to Mum's account of that night, I was barely fazed by the sound. Parents had reported delayed reactions in some kids, who had screamed and slammed their hands over their ears, while others suffered seizures. The majority of us were okay, I guess. I was too young to remember exactly what happened, but according to my mother, I had shuffled back from the television and complained of the colors in my eyes. The show was still playing, but in her words, it was suddenly muted, and the images were flickering and glitchy, like something else was trying to get through. When she first told Dad, he didn't believe her, but then multiple parents were saying the same thing. Some kids had gone into a trance, others shaking uncontrollably and collapsing, while the majority, like me, had been completely fine, bar a headache. It didn't make sense to our parents. 10 kids had been taken away, while the rest of us had survived. Mum said I never mentioned the high-pitched screech coming from the speakers, only grasping for the TV remote and changing the channel to cable. I wasn't the only kid who didn't appear to initially be affected by the noise, and days later, after it had been identified and we had been under scrutinizing testing by the town doctor, it was declared that Frequency X was an anomaly that was still being investigated, and for parents to not panic. An announcement had been made about the unfortunate deaths, and an order by officials to turn all electronics off inside places of residence. The mayor did speak about it in detail, but I didn't really understand what they were saying. The long words boggled my brain, and all I really understood was zap. He said that a lot. Zappy, zap, zap. The announcement we watched on TV made me laugh. He sounded like a Power Ranger. So, that's what we all started calling it. The thing which had killed, or in Mum's words, sent to sleep, Tyler Warren, who sat behind me in kindergarten, was called the Zap. I thought it sounded cool, like a comic book. But then the scary-looking men in black arrived at our door in a sleek sedan with blacked-out windows. They did not ask permission to come in, instead barging through our front door during dinner. There were 2 of them, Mr. Nice and Mr. Mean. Mr. Nice had glasses, while Mr. Mean wore a permanent scowl. They checked out the TV, asking Mum and Dad questions, which ended in Mum growing progressively red-faced until Dad had to take her outside. The men searched our house before giving me a glass of milk and making me sit down. Mr. Nice started with normal questions, like, "How are you feeling, Juniper?" I told him I didn't like that he had made my mum cry, and he did a fidgety shuffle thing with his whole chest, clasping his hands in his lap. To break the tension, Mr. Nice nodded at my stuffed rabbit, sitting on my lap. "Does the bunny have a name?" I shrugged. "Teddy," Mr. Mean cleared his throat. His eyes were dark. I didn't like them. Can you hear anything inside your head, Juniper? Inside my head? Yes. While Mr. Mean stood with his arms folded in front of me, Mr. Nice slowly ducked to meet my height. He had a softer tone than his friend. Can you close your eyes for me? I nodded and squeezed my eyes shut. My mum was ushered from the room, and the door was shut behind her. I sensed the two of them stepping back. It was quiet for a moment. Too quiet. I felt each second pass by with almost painful precision, and was squirming in my chair when the man spoke softly, making me jump. Okay, sweetie. Can you tell me if you heard anything? No. Did you hear a ringing sound when it was all quiet? No. I was telling the truth. I really didn't. I just heard the uncomfortable and thick silence of the room, entwined with Mean's heavy breathing. When I asked what they meant by that, the scary people just smiled and shook their heads. But I did catch a look between them. It reminded me of the look Mum had on her face the following days after the incident. Relief. The two of them seemed to be telepathically talking to each other, with nods and jerks of their head, before turning to me. Nice took the reins, retaining that wide smile, which was starting to look a little fake now that I thought about it. He kept glancing at my stuffed rabbit. Mr. Mean politely asked my mum if they could have my medical records, while his colleague leaned over in his chair, his eyes a whole lot darker than I'd realized. We're just making sure you're okay, sweetie. He nodded to my rabbit. And so is Teddy. After the investigation was over, there was no closure to what happened to the kids, and us. We could turn on our electronics again, and what happened was declared a freak accident. The worst snow of the season came a month later. I remember standing on the stone steps leading to our kindergarten gate, and staring down at a fresh layer of snow beneath my bright red boots. It was almost as if the snow was covering up my classmates' untimely deaths. The snow took a lot of things away that winter. It took Mrs. Blinky too. To satisfy both grieving parents trying to understand why they were burying their 5-year-olds, and fuming ones terrified that it would happen again, Mrs. Blinky's playhouse was taken off of air. Not just that, it was erased, and every copy of its existence was completely wiped away. The channel stopped broadcasting, and after having a momentary scare for several weeks, with my parents keeping me away from the TV, convinced the radio waves were going to fry my brain too, things went back to normal. Well, 10 kids were dead, and the town was traumatized by something they did not understand. But as a 6-year-old, I had no idea what was going on. I do remember being pissed that Mrs. Blinky had been taken off of air and turned into a bad word at both school and home. Zach Chastity mentioned the show during quiet time, and he was sent out to have a conversation with our teacher. When he came back, he was red-faced and never talked about it again. Some parents had not bothered telling their kids that Blinky was no longer on TV, so kids were confused. There was a group of us, however, that attempted to keep the spirit of Mrs. Blinky alive. When the teacher wasn't listening or watching us, A small group of us would talk loudly about our favorite characters and episodes. It was great, until someone tattled. I was named the instigator by a paranoid parent, and Mum had a stern talk with me when I got home. A new rule was created and put into force, both in class and at home. If I talked about Mrs. Blinky, I would be sent to my room with the punishment of no dessert for a week. If I happened to mention the show or the characters, Mum pulled a face and calmly changed the subject. And when I persisted in demanding where my favorite character, Mr. Gabbles, was, she raised her voice, which made me stop asking. It's not hard to drill a certain rule into a kid's head, and I was beginning to associate Mum getting mad with mentioning Mrs. Blinky. So, I gave in and pushed the show from my mind. Years quickly passed, and life went back to normal. Several kids were picked out to keep having checkups every few weeks, due to sensitivity being picked up during testing. We still got visits from the men in black, getting less frequent when it became obvious that after 3 years, I really was okay. I had survived Frequency X. The last time I saw them, Mr. Nice gave me a popsicle, his colleague surprising me with the slightest quirk of a smile. It was progress. I was just happy to never see them again. The 10 kids that died were the lucky ones. Growing up, it became evident that a number of kids in the town had in fact been affected by the frequency, and symptoms were beginning to show with age. It started when I was 10, during math class. Jason Marriott clamped his hands over his ears, his eyes wide. "What is that?" he kept saying. But there was nothing. Just the tick of the clock and the droning sound of our teacher's voice. When it got so bad that he ran out of class, muttering that there was a weird noise in his ears, it turned out that he could hear our principal fidgeting with the intercom dial. I thought it was just happening to other kids, who stopped mid-walk to crinkle their noses and look around like they could hear something, slapping their hands over their ears during assembly when it was dead silent. And yet, they could hear something else. I thought I was safe. That was until I started to hear a tinny ringing sound when it was silent, and growing older, it got progressively louder, until I was no longer alone inside my mind. In the middle of the night when I was trying to sleep, it was there. A constant, never-ending ringing sound, like a coin rattling in a washing machine, which could only be suppressed by loud music. Whatever this sensitivity was, it started to appear in others. Luke Solfield, who sat behind me, told our teacher to turn her phone off, complaining that the squiggly noise was annoying him. Mrs. Tenner had taken out her phone, confused, realizing she had been calling someone. Kids started to call this thing a spidey sense, because it was kind of like having a superpower. Though the term was quickly forgotten when it started to take over our lives. Emma Bryan beat up a girl who intentionally blew a dog whistle, almost crippling her in the cafeteria. She was the school bully, and maybe had it coming. But seeing the girl on her hands and knees screaming, her cheeks red, tears streaming down her face as she begged her usual victim to stop, sent shivers down my spine. The principal started to ban walkie-talkies, and then phones, and then radios and dog whistles. because when a bunch of middle schoolers realized their classmates could be sent to their knees just by playing with a walkie-talkie, or in some cases, just playing a song on Spotify, of course, they are going to take advantage. What started out as playful teasing became sabotage, with the use of simple noise. I turned 12 and was suddenly sensitive to television static, which felt like knives prickling in the back of my head. I started to pick up things I shouldn't be able to, like police talkies crackling to each other, and Mrs. Darby tuning in her ancient radio on the other side of the school. We were repeatedly told that it was just a phase, and that this sensitivity would eventually fade. But it didn't fade. It got worse with age. I started high school, and what had been a tinny ringing sound until then became a relentless screeching rattling in my skull when I was in the vicinity of anything emitting radio waves or frequencies. I was dragged to a homecoming game by a group of friends, lucky enough not to get the sensitivity, only to figure out the whole game was just an excuse for other kids to take advantage of the sensitive ones. I remember seeing them waving dog whistles and walkie-talkies like weapons, and those of us who were stupid enough to go to that game scattered before things turned messy. And things did turn messy. Reaching my mid-teens, my ears started to bleed when the TV was too loud. It wasn't just frequencies now. It was sound. This thing was ruining my life. Initially, I had been able to hear radio waves and what was riding on them. I could hear walkie-talkies and radio signals miles away. But now, I could hear something else. A crackling sound like I could sense the waves themselves, enveloping and entangling with each other, swimming in and out. I imagined several lines of bright color at the backs of my eyes. When it was at its worst, and I had to stuff my head in a pillow and swallow 2 Tylenol just to get rid of the brunt of it, I imagined the lines were brighter, blinding yellow and green. And when it was better, the colors were darker, blue and pink. I stopped going to school, opting to stay in my room where I wouldn't be attacked by invisible waves I could almost see. It's like, do you know when you're minding your own business and suddenly ringing? It was like that, but tenfold. Like that tinny ringing sound normal people sometimes hear, had been cranked to the highest volume. Mum dragged me to the town doctor, who told me the same thing he told me when I was 5, that I was fine, and that it was only early tinnitus. He clearly had no idea what the fuck was going on. And from the look on his face, I wasn't the only disheveled teenager dragged in by a parent. The reception area was full of us, and by now I could name them. There were 15 of us exactly, and could be identified through either the dead look on our faces, subdued clothing choices, or the stream of headphone wires entangling around us. Or if they had rich parents, AirPods. The men in black, however, had a different diagnosis. They strode in with polite smiles and took over from the doctor, who was ushered away and shushed before he could attempt to stop them. After checking me over thoroughly, I was told that, yes, I was experiencing side effects from being blasted by the frequency at 5 years old. They didn't have the same reassuring tones as before. Mr. Nice spoke with a Hollywood smile and told me what he had told the other sensitive kids. as long as she is not exposed to it again, which might I say is highly unlikely, Juniper will be just fine. I hated that they were talking about me like I wasn't sitting right there. Mum was right next to me with a scowl on her face. And if she is exposed to it again? Nice didn't speak, but Mr. Mean was quick to jump in. He spoke with a curve in his lip and a gleam in his eye, which told me he knew a lot more than he was telling us. He didn't sugarcoat it. If your daughter was to be re-exposed to this frequency, Juniper would experience extreme pain, confusion, and nausea, followed by delusion that may lead to violence, depending on her sensitivity. When Mum made a noise, crossed between a squeak and a cry, he elaborated, "Thank God." Which would only happen if Juniper was, let's say, exposed to this phenomena for a prolonged period of time. I'm talking hours, days, and sometimes, if experiencing it in short bursts, perhaps months to a year. It really depends on how strong her mind is. We do not quite understand this thing fully yet, though we have a good idea. It can agitate the mind in ways we have not seen before, and in some ways, even hack its capabilities. From the information we gathered with the initial subjects subjugated by the frequency, autopsies revealed mutations we haven't seen before. When he spoke, his expression darkened, his tone matching. Like this was what was keeping them up at night. I caught Mr. Nice, swiftly elbowing him in the chest. Anyway, that is of course for us to worry about. His eyes flickered to me like he was searching my lips for something I wasn't telling him, trying to drag the words out of me. Juniper would quickly lose consciousness, unable to differentiate reality from a dream. In a sense, it would be like sleeping, peaceful like falling into a long slumber while the brain shuts down. If by then she is still exposed to it, an intracranial hemorrhage would occur, followed by death. Human brains cannot endure these kinds of frequencies, even in small quantities, and you are no different. If you would like an opinion from an unprofessional standpoint, none of your kids should be alive. Mr. Nice elbowed him again, but he ignored it. If this was to happen again, which it will not, you will. He mimed an explosion with his hands. Pop like a grape. Mr. Mean's gaze didn't stray from me, despite him talking directly to my horrified-looking mother. I was trying to figure out what popped like a grape would feel like, apart from the, agonizing pain he had described. You asked for the worst-case scenario, and I told you. He stood up. The odds of that happening, however, are very low. Mr. Nice nodded vigorously along to his words, shooting me patronizing smiles which were just making me more paranoid. In fact, you have a better chance of being struck by lightning 3 times. The man in black leaned back on the couch, ignoring Nice's attempts to get his attention with progressively more violent digs to his ribs. As I told you, Mrs. Lana, we have identified and destroyed the anomaly. Your daughter is fine. But what about the lines? I finally decided to speak up after sitting in silence, listening to my mother and 2 men in black, casually describing my demise in far too much detail. The colors in my eyes weren't helping. I blinked rapidly at the squiggly lines that appeared when Mr. Nice and Mr. Mean spoke. Nice was yellow and orange, while mean was a purpley violet. I hadn't yet mentioned this recent development in my symptoms, because that would mean another trip to the emergency room and being stuck in an MRI machine. I didn't have to go in detail about why I hated it, but I will say it almost pushed me over the edge. I gestured the best I could to describe them, but I looked a little crazy. Unfortunately, the door was open, because fuck privacy, right? Rowan Wainwright, the mayor's son, whom the town had tried to downplay having the sensitivity, was frowning at me. I could only tell it was him from his long-ass nose. I used to laugh at him when he stood next to his dad on the television. Rowan Wainwright, who the town initially used as a "look, he's all better" ruse, definitely was not all better. Accompanied by 3 bodyguards, his sensitivity couldn't be hidden anymore. Especially when, just a few weeks earlier, he'd attacked a classmate for whistling. The boy's expression was tight, eyes narrowed. He was either taking the brunt of the screaming child some genius thought was a good idea to bring inside a room of hypersensitive people, or listening to our conversation. Maybe he could see the colors too. The mayor's kid surprised me when he shot me the finger, a beaded black bracelet jiggling on his wrist. Like other kids, his personality had taken a drastic turn after developing hypersensitive symptoms, with him getting overly defensive and argumentative to the point of being sent out of class. I looked away before I could get into a staring contest with him, and turned back to my least favorite agent's caterpillar eyebrows. Age had not been gentle to Mr. Nice. He nodded with that same fake smile. "The lines you are describing are normal. Have you ever heard of synesthesia?" I had, but he explained it anyway, basically telling me my mind was stimulated and tangled, and something about cognitive pathways. I tuned out when his voice turned yellow, twisting my head around. The mayor's son had his bedhead hair buried in his bundled up sweater, while the room around him blurred ultraviolet. "Juniper." Mum elbowed me and I blinked, turning back to Mr. Nice's furry eyebrows. "To soothe your sensitivity, might I suggest earplugs and listening to ocean sounds?" I made a face, because what the fuck was I supposed to do with earplugs? I had tried every brand, every version. None of them even dulled the noise. I was about to shake my head no, when Nice reached into his pocket and handed me a small box. I plucked out what looked and felt like an earbud. I awkwardly lodged it into my ear, and Nice's smile grew. "Consider them a gift, as well as a relief for your symptoms." And they were a relief. For 2 glorious years, I kept them corked in every night and day, reveling in silence. I wasn't sure how exactly the 2 of them did it, but the earbuds were magic. Obviously, they couldn't take it all away, so the colors were there to stay. But I saw it more as a light show with sound waves, eventually growing used to the ultraviolet rays every time someone screamed or a dog barked, and the plumes of blue and purple, then with thudding noises, cars passing, and my parents thudding down the stairs. My life came to an abrupt halt on a random Saturday during the summer. Mum forced me to circle the town, delivering Girl Scout cookies to get me out of my room. Sensitives was what we were named, and our condition was treated like a disability. I was 16 years old, and Mum still wouldn't let me anywhere near the TV. However, her favourite show was on, which meant I had no choice but to make myself scarce. Also an excuse for her to make me go outside. I had been put with two others. Harry Blake, who used his special earplugs as an excuse to ignore us, and Sadie, who hadn't spoken a word all day, lost in her own world. It was when our third customer opened their door, and a head poked out. A face I could never have guessed had nefarious intentions. That was when Mr. Mean's words came back to haunt me, slamming into me in waves of ice water. A physical and mental attack, dragging me from my daydream, when colours flashed in front of my eyes. A rave of yellow and blue, and even red. A colour I was yet to see grace my vision. The ultraviolet haze sent my sluggish mind into gear. Bad. I wanted to cry out to the others. This is bad. We need to get away. That's how we had been communicating with each other when we were overwhelmed by noise. If it was strong enough to take away our words and put a dent in our breathing, we had been taught to use our expressions instead. To scream. But I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe, talk, or move my facial muscles. My body and mind caught in an unyielding grasp. Mean's voice whirred in my skull, which would only happen if Juniper was, let's say, exposed to this phenomena for a prolonged period of time. We have not quite understood this thing fully yet, though we have a good idea. It can agitate the mind in ways we have not seen before, and in some ways, even hack its capabilities. I didn't understand what he meant until that very moment, standing under the late evening sun and watching Harry's eyes that had already been permanently rolling. Because in his words, why the fuck would I want to deliver cookies to boomers? Jolting into the back of his head with a sickening squishing sound. All of him seemed to jolt, to shudder, like he'd been struck by lightning. His hand wrapped around a pack of peanut butter creams, curled around the edge, the cookies slipping from his outstretched hand, where his fingers had adapted a mind of their own, jerking into a fist, and then a palm, and then going completely still. His eyes flickered, lip curling, like he could see something I couldn't. The frequency-proof plugs we had been wearing were no longer a protection. It just pierced right through. And maybe I was crazy, but I could almost sense the thing laughing at us. Oh, yeah, I thought, as an all too familiar sound filled my skull, and then my entire being, like tiny knives slicing through me and opening me up from the inside. That's why Mr. Mean had looked at me like that, with eyes that spoke of sympathy. I knew exactly what he wanted to say. If this thing could affect us in ways even two men in high government positions couldn't understand, then of course this thing could be weaponized. If it fell into the wrong hands, it could prove Mr. Mean's words. Time seemed to stop, and then start again, and then stop, like someone was pausing and playing us. Harry made a face like he was confused, and then confusion turned to pain. and pain collapsed into agony. But he didn't move, paralyzed to the spot. I didn't remember much of Mrs. Blinky's Playhouse's original run, but a specific scene had always stuck inside my head. Mrs. Blinky at the end of an episode about learning the names of sea creatures. She had gathered all of her friends around the campfire, made from orange and yellow streamers, and sang them to sleep. Her voice had been melodic, and almost sent me to sleep too. But I didn't want to miss seeing all of her friends slowly fall gently into each other. It was my favorite part. Time resumed, and the box of peanut butter creams hit the ground at the exact same time as Harry Blake slammed his hands over his ears and let out a shriek. I couldn't hear it. I couldn't hear anything. Nothing except a startling, vicious and ripping thing inside my ears and skull, bleeding into my mind. I realized a monster had made its way into my brain, twisting and contorting my mind into knots, when Mrs. Blinky started to count back from 10. No, not Mrs. Blinky. It was an oldish woman with graying hair and a terrifying, splitting grin. 10. Her smile was somehow stretching off of her face and into the air. Or maybe I was seeing things. I felt my mouth was full of something coppery and wet. It was all over me, pooling on my tongue and staining my teeth, dripping from me in rivulets. 9. The woman's voice was a witchy cackle, an over-exaggerated version of the original character. 8. Harry dropped first, onto his knees, and then flopping onto his stomach. His earbuds slipped from his ears, revealing a pinkish froth pooling onto the concrete. His head lolled, limbs twitching, attempting to reject this thing. 7. Sadie went over like a domino, almost crashing into me. I followed suit and dropped to my knees. I could feel nothing but the weight of my palms on my ears, and my own desperation to stay awake, to stay alive and stop the noise, slowly splitting my skull in half. 6. I think I screamed, but I just coughed up blood, large globules of it running down my chin and shirt. There were no words on my tongue, and what words I managed to cry out were muffled by copper filling between my lips. I was half aware of my body flopping onto warm concrete, and once I was lying on my stomach, my own body moving on its own, my arms and legs having minds of their own, did my head twist around, contorting under the force ripping my brain to shreds. Harry's body stopped writhing, his eyes flickering, before he went completely still. 5. I could sense the woman looming over them. She kicked Harry to see if he was dead. He was. Popped like a grape. When her foot slammed into his back and rolled him over, seeping scarlet followed in a stream. He was almost swimming in it. She crouched to my level, this time stroking through my hair and proddling my cheeks. Half conscious, the noise wasn't as bad as it had been. I still had my hands clamped over my ears, my head pressed into the concrete, sucking in sharp breaths. Could I play dead? 4. I waited to see if she would notice, to see if I could play dead and pretend I, too, had popped like a grape. The woman's breaths were too loud in my ears, and I risked peeling back one sticky palm, only for her to chuckle. 3, 2, 1. In quick succession, just like what I had watched as a kid. I was frozen on the ground, eyes squeezed shut, waiting for her to deliver the final blow. And she did. I didn't see her crank this thing to its highest setting, but I did see colors explode into the backs of my eyelids. This time I screamed. I screamed until my throat had a heartbeat and my face was pressed into my knees. When she grasped me by the hair between her bony fingers and wrenched my head up, I could see Harry and Sadie's bodies still rattling, still somehow alive, despite them being dead, despite them popping like fucking grapes. I found you. Those were her words before everything went dark. And I welcomed the dark. I welcomed the void where I could escape the overbearing monster digging further and further into my head. I didn't understand what she meant until I found and lost consciousness in flickers of light and dark, colors and not colors, shapes and spirals and other squiggly doodles writhing in my vision as the noise continued cutting into me and somehow not killing me. It had killed Harry in a matter of a minute, and then Sadie a second later. How was I still alive? I was inside a floral-looking living room, hanging upside down on someone's back, and that someone smelled exactly like my father. A mixture of cologne and rich shoe polish. It wasn't my dad though, because my dad died when I was 14. The man holding me had rough hands, keeping me in place. Harry's body was in front of me, wobbling on a stranger's back. I watched Harry the whole time that I found myself consciousness. I wanted him to wake up and tell me everything was lame, and I was weird for even worrying about this. I watched his eyes closely to see if they would open, when the floral wallpaper disappeared and made way for full walls of silver. It was an elevator. The grumble of the descent was powerful enough to plunge me back into darkness. When I woke for the final time, I was surrounded by a classroom-like setting. But it wasn't school. Whatever this classroom had once been was now abandoned. And yet, rows of desks still stood despite the decrepit surroundings. The walls were made of metal. The ceiling was metal. When I looked down, the floor was metal. There was one door, but it was guarded by 2 men in black. Not Mr. Nice and Mr. Mean. These guys wore heavy-looking weapons. The whiteboard in front of me was full of formulas I didn't understand. Initially, it felt like being at school, until I glimpsed worn Velcro strapped to my chair. Going into panic mode, I twisted around to look for an exit, which wasn't the guarded door. But when I did, when I cranked my neck and blinked into the heavy light illuminating the room, I found myself face to face with Mr. Gabbles. It was him. At least, the live-action version of him. His face was frozen in that same cartoon-like grin from my childhood, eyes sparkling with glee. Looking closer though, his fluffy horns looked filthy and stained, revealing red, while the fur of his suit was ragged. I could see exactly where Mr. Gabbles ended, and the teenager-sized human who had been stuffed into his suit began. There wasn't much of the person there, only noticeable in cuffed arms behind their back. Mr. Gabbles didn't move. I could see the threads in his eyes becoming loose, the stitches in his grinning mouth slowly coming apart. He wasn't alone. All of Mr. Blinky's friends were there. October 13th, 2010. A voice rang out, an ignition of yellow exploding into my vision. The scratchy voice of the woman dragged my gaze back to the front of the classroom. The woman was standing with her arms folded, her cold grey eyes boring into me. "We tested something we shouldn't have," she continued, beginning to pace back and forth. "It was supposed to ensure our children's minds would be protected from bad influences, and to be broadcast during a well-known beloved television show, which was of course filmed exactly where you are sitting. That's right. Your favorite furry friends were once in this very room. We were creating the next generation, and no harm, and I mean no harm, was supposed to come to any child." Her lip curled. "We were trying to help you, not hurt you." Mr. Gabbles muffled something behind me, which sounded like a whine. I turned to face the live-action cartoon character, but instead, my gaze glimpsed his human wrist bound to the chair. I knew that beaded bracelet sliding up and down a tanned arm. The mayor's son. But wasn't he supposed to be in Switzerland at boarding school? Ignoring Gabbles, my kidnapper continued. "However, we found ourselves hijacked." Her eyes darkened. "We did not know who or what it was. All we did know was that if we did not sever the signal, the entire children's populace of this town would have had their brains fried." I noticed her hands were shaking. "It was too late," she whispered. "The signal was already broadcasting, and we had no choice but to sacrifice 2 children to cut the connection and save all of you." The door opened, and 2 teens were brought in, a boy and a girl, both my age. The 2 were slumped in wheelchairs, vacant eyes staring straight forwards. There was a certain vacancy in their eyes, and I understood this woman's pain. "My children," she whispered. "I begged them not to. I told them that my kids had a right to survive, just like you. But you know what they said?" The woman slammed her fist into the board with a crackly laugh. I jumped, the sound ringing my ears, orange and blue blurring into my feathered vision. "It's your duty." She spat their words out. "It is your duty to sacrifice 2 lives for several hundred, and you already made that choice when you joined us." When she finally turned to face the class, she was looking directly at me. "Do you know what their favorite TV show was?" The woman was already humming the Mrs. Blinky theme before picking something up off the desk at the front and making her way over to me. I finally realized what it was when she was plonking it onto my blood-stained desk. Mrs. Blinky. She was probably the most disgusting out of all of them, ancient fur stained with different shades of old red, smearing her lips and chin, the floppy ears torn, stitches split open. Mrs. Blinky's Playhouse, of course. Her smile widened, and in the corner of my eye, a shadow with no identity was bleeding through the door. In their hands was the full human-sized suit for Mrs. Blinky. You're going to make them happy again, she whispered in a hoarse and manic giggle. You're going to make all the children happy again. She turned back to her own brain-dead kids with glittering eyes, and I couldn't move. With this cartoon head in front of me, wide animated eyes staring into my own, I considered pinching myself to see if I was having a nightmare. Maybe the magic of Mrs. Blinky can bring my babies back to me. I started to shake my head before it was there again. That cutting shriek, already rooted inside my skull, cracking me open once again, before I could cry out. It was there, writhing through me, forcing my mind into submission. I slammed my head into the desk and screamed, but no sound came out. I couldn't even hear my own raw screech, only the whoops and razor-sharp laughter around me, as the others cheered and stamped their feet, banging their fists on their desks. That's what Gabbles was doing. He wasn't screaming or crying out for help. When I risked turning around, his whole body was shuddering with laughter. That cartoon smile no longer playful. Instead, almost a feral grin. It hit me when I was rolling my head around the table and trying to bury myself into hard wood, that the others had been here longer. And if I concentrated, their laughing and cheering was razor sharp, almost animalistic and feral. It had already reached pain, agony, way beyond saving. Mr. Mean had spoken of delusion and losing your mind. Was this it? When the others continued into a cacophony of screeching laughter, reaching decibels that squeezed my brain into an unyielding grip, I was dragged to unstable feet, rough arms grasping hold of my arms before I could attempt to run. But there was nowhere to run. I don't remember much after that, except being pulled from that room and into another, where I was measured and then brutally forced into an ancient stinking suit. Before I knew it, I was standing on a well-lit stage, which was the exact stage I had watched as a little kid. In front of me were Harry and Sadie's bodies, propped up in an imaginary audience, as well as the woman's children. When the noise ran through me, it held no mercy, rattling my skull, something wet and warm spurting from my mouth. I could see it was affecting their corpses, and two of them doing a funny dance in their chair, their limp forms twitching like they were still alive. I flinched when a spotlight found me, drenched me in white light. The shadows behind the camera did not have faces. Lights! I was told to raise one large furry paw to confirm I was ready. I did, my body slowly beginning to hyperventilate. Blinding lights flashed on, a familiar voice cutting through the quiet, and I knew it well enough for it to slice into me. I had a moment where I forgot about the noise inside my head and the threat that my skull could be blown open any second. I fucking knew that voice. But somehow, My hands were moving to pull the furry head off, before a voice spoke through gritted teeth. Gabble stood under his own spotlight. I could hear his heavy breaths bridging on hysterical giggles. "Don't," the mayor's son said in a breathy laugh. "Don't you fucking dare." "Cameras!" The Mrs. Blinky theme began, and I found myself staring straight through a stuffy mass of fur forced over my head. There were 2 tiny pinprick holes to see through, and all I could see was painfully bright light and the intense pooling scarlet pouring from the gaping hole in Sadie's forehead, as if this thing had torn a physical cavern inside her. Her smile was still bright. Action! And so began 1 year of relentless torture. The good news is that we got out. The bad news is that we got out. Buster, Ace, Milo. My fiancé Victor continued to list potential names for the new addition to our family. I wanted a baby. He said not yet, and so we settled on getting another dog. We already had 3. My Welsh Terriers, Goldie and Teddy, and his miniature poodle, Fifi. But what harm could one more do? We'd both had our other dogs since they were puppies, and had planned on doing the same for the next one, until a friend recommended rescuing an older dog. After looking into it, we found an adorable pup named Joey. He was a 1-year-old English Mastiff mix, a mutt unlike our other dogs, but he had those same captivating brown eyes. His previous owners gave him up because they hadn't expected him to get so big, but we didn't care about that. We felt he belonged with us, no matter his size. After all, he was clearly a gentle giant. Upon meeting him, I realized just how big he really was, but Victor seemed to have fallen in love already, so I didn't comment on it. Joey was playful, but chill, and I knew my reservations would leave in no time. I mean, how could I look into those big blue eyes and not love him? I thought to myself, wait a second, blue? I could have sworn his eyes were brown a moment ago. Huh, strange. When we brought him home, Goldie and Teddy didn't take much notice, whilst Fifi growled and hid behind the couch. Joey didn't get aggressive back. He simply looked up at me in confusion, so I hoped in time that they'd get along better. Not much changed in most aspects of our life. Fifi didn't seem to be liking him anymore, but I knew to give it time. She wasn't exactly struck on my 2 when Victor and I first moved in together, but now they cuddle and play all the time. Still, it seemed her fears were getting worse. I'd wake up in the night to find her in the strangest hiding places, shaking and whimpering, but unharmed. Joey was always nearby, just looking around, perplexed by the situation. One day, I could have sworn I saw him bare his teeth at her in the mirror when my back was turned, but only for a split second, as if he didn't want me to see. I became more on edge around him, keeping him in the kitchen during nights while the other dogs stayed in the bedroom. He didn't seem bothered by this arrangement, and Victor said I was being paranoid. But not long after, all our food started going bad. It was as if somebody had taken all the refrigerated items out for the night, even eaten some, then put it all back in before we woke up. As I held rotten food in my hands and looked into his eyes, I knew something was wrong with that dog, and I felt like he was challenging me. I put a kennel in the backyard and kept him there overnight instead. Then, dead animals started showing up all over the grass, their organs completely missing. When I so much as raised my voice at him for committing such a heinous act, he snarled at me. He was showing more and more aggression, not just to me, but to our other 3 dogs, especially Fifi. When I mentioned to Victor I was worried Joey was going to hurt her, he got mad. How could you say such a sweet, gentle dog would ever do that? And to Fifi too. You know how much she means to me. Fifi and another dog belonged to his sister, but his sister and the other dog passed in a car accident a couple weeks before we met. I didn't want to upset him further, so I dropped it. That was until I woke up to whimpers, no, screams, in the middle of the night and ran downstairs to see Joey in the living room, tearing Fifi to shreds. There was mess everywhere, and I don't think I'll ever get the image of her blood smudged around his mouth out of my mind. I have never cried out for help so loudly. Victor came running and instinctively turned the lights on to see pieces of a stuffed toy strewn around the room. He then proceeded to berate me for my behavior. Seriously, Rachel, what has been up with you lately? Why are you so out to get this innocent dog? All the while, Joey's eyes bore into me, looking more sinister and soulless than ever. I'd had enough of the mind games. The final straw was 3 nights ago. I awoke to a figure looming over me in the darkness. It was grotesque. Its limbs looked out of place, and every part of it looked disproportionate and broken. At first I wanted to scream, but I didn't. Its eyes met mine, and immediately I knew what it was. Joey, out of his disguise. I turned to Victor and shook him awake as fast as I could, but by the time he turned over, Joey was a dog again, sitting beside the bed. Victor just looked at me, shook his head in disapproval, and went back to sleep. I sent Joey out of the room and did the same. The next morning, I was surprised with a weekend getaway. We hastily packed our bags and Victor solemnly said goodbye to Joey, as the place only allowed small dogs. A friend would be coming over later to pick Joey up to stay with him while we were away. I didn't tell Victor, but I was relieved. For the first time in the past month, I felt that me and my babies were safe. We hopped into the car and headed towards our destination. Once we were a good 50 miles away from home, Victor said to me, "You know, last night, right before you, woke me up." Dreading the argument that was sure to come, I nodded and he continued. "Well, I saw it too. Anthony's not picking Joey up. An animal rescue is. I told them he was aggressive and uncontrollable. They're gonna put him down. I'm sorry I didn't believe you. We're currently at my parents' house until we feel comfortable back at ours, if we ever do. Still, I'm not so sure this is the end. Every room has an entrance. It doesn't have to be grand. It doesn't even have to be constantly accessible. Simply by its very definition, a room cannot be a room without a way in and a way out. Yet, every rule has an exception. I've seen the exception to this one, deep within my house. So deep, in fact, that I have absolutely no idea where exactly this room is. But I know it's nearby. I've heard people inside, and I've even been inside myself. Between me and my sister, my parents have 2 daughters. I was the last to get my own place, despite being the eldest by a year. My encounter with the room occurred only a few days after moving in. I wasn't doing anything in particular. I was just walking down the stairs, a perfectly mundane activity that we don't even think about. A means from point A to point B. But what happens when point C gets in between? When we stop paying attention to where we're going, where do we end up? Each step creaked gently below my feet, something that doesn't bother me. But it did seem particularly louder than usual on this occasion. Perhaps it took more of my attention than I had realized, because on that final step, I tripped. Not enough to hit the floor, but enough to stumble and lose my balance. As I caught myself from my momentary fall, the house saw my temporary lack of concentration. The room changed. Walls of an off-white color surrounded me, with most of the paint cracking and flaking away with age. The floorboards were visible and rough. Even through my socks, I could feel the points of wood painfully pressing my skin. The air felt thick to breathe. A musty, dusty smell filled my lungs. The room was bright, although missing any specific light source. It simply seemed to emanate from a thick, twisted wooden pillar in the center of the room. In one corner, an old mattress had claimed enough dust to be unsleepable. Even if clean, it didn't appear very comfortable. Needless to say, I was more than confused. My mind instinctively wanted to retrace my steps, despite the fact that I couldn't have possibly gotten lost. This was my home, with one staircase. I turned around to go back. It took this long for me to catch on to the fact that the stairs were no longer there. In their place, nothing. Less than nothing, even. There was no evidence of any way in or out at all. No windows, no stairs, certainly no doors. My claustrophobia began to set in. My mind had stopped searching for an explanation and was now only set on finding a way out. An impossible feat, caused by an equally improbable room. I felt my heart rate rise and I dropped to the floor. Time felt like it was moving slowly. Every corner of my thoughts focused only on the walls around me. They may not have been closing in, but my fears were. As my knees hit the floor, they felt soft. They had landed on a gentle, almost woolly material. As my vision focused and my racing mind calmed down, I realized I was in my hallway. Sunlight beamed in through the window, reminding me that I was free to leave at any time. I immediately went on a walk. I needed to feel the outside air. I didn't tell anyone about this at the time. In all honesty, I let it slowly sink into the back of my mind. After a few days, I no longer thought of it. I hadn't forgotten. How could I ever forget something like that? I just simply pushed it away. That was until my sister found the room. Just 5 days after my encounter, she dropped by to visit and see the house for the first time. I told her I'd give her a tour. The house seemed to take that liberty for me. I specifically remember being in my bedroom upstairs, cleaning some things away. She always had the cleaner bedroom as a kid, and part of me just wanted her to notice that I was more mature now that I lived alone. I wasn't being loud. I would have heard the door if someone had knocked. I'm sure of it. But I never heard a knock. I heard her scream. It didn't echo through the house. It seemed to crawl up through the walls as a muffled noise. All around, her scream, even as I ran downstairs. "Help," I heard her cry. "Where are you?" She sounded terrified. "Where are you?" I yelled back, repeating her question. I realize now that this wasn't helpful, and I never even answered her. But in the panic of the moment, I just wanted to find her. Somehow, even on the ground floor, her voice seemed just as distant as it had upstairs. I opened the front door and stepped into the garden. Only then did the sound seem to change. It was clearly coming from within the house. I turned back around, yet as I entered the hallway, I bumped into my sister. We grabbed each other. Where the fuck was I? The question alone caused my mind to think back to my experience. I pulled away from her hug, now feeling equally as shaky. A room with no doors? Her silence spoke for her. She had seen it too. She began to explain. "You weren't answering the door, so I let myself in. And I thought the place looked strange, but I thought nothing of it." Another example of being unaware of your surroundings. As I closed the door behind me, it just disappeared. I ran around, and then suddenly, I bumped into you, and the room was gone. We sat down, and I told her about my experience. We told our parents. I felt more confident in telling people now that I wasn't alone on the matter. But obviously, they just saw it as some weird ghost story. Spooky. Seriously, that was the first thing our dad said. The traumatic events were, simply by the nature of their absurdity, nothing more than a tale. His tune changed when he came to visit just a few days later. It didn't happen immediately, but it didn't take long. He had been sitting on the sofa with Mum for about half an hour. "Where's the toilet?" "Upstairs. First door you see. It'll be open." I felt slightly guilty. Deep down, I think I knew he would find the room. When he came back with a pale expression, I had my answer. My mum looked rightfully concerned. "You look like you've seen a ghost. Are you okay, dear?" She spoke gently as she stood up to walk over to him. he's seen the room. I explained for him. Mum's puzzled face showed that she wasn't exactly sure what I meant, so Dad finished the explanation. The one with no doors. Mum, of course, experienced it too by the end of their visit. On their way out of the front door, Dad was holding her hand one moment, yet the next, she was gone. Like the rest of the cases, she returned a few moments later, albeit shaken up. Everyone who visits gets to see the room. There are no exceptions. Every single person who has ever visited my house has seen the room at some point before leaving. Then they are safely and promptly returned. What's stranger still is that it never occurs more than once. A single visit is all anyone ever seems to be permitted. Family members, friends, mechanics, delivery drivers that step just one step too far. If you step foot through that front door, you will be seeing the room. This has been true for 3 years, as long as I've lived here. It became almost charming. Last night, I met a guy whilst out with friends. He was nice, almost had a familiar sense to him. After chatting for a while, I told him about the room. Oh yeah, very funny. His skepticism was showing. I'm serious. Ask any of my friends here. They've all seen it. He didn't ask any of them. Perhaps he thought he'd sound just as insane as I did. You're just trying to get me back to your place. I smiled at this thought and played into it. Well, why don't you find out? He came back to mine. He seemed to pause when he saw the house, looking pale already. I had never seen someone so frightened of the room before even seeing it. I told him that there was nothing to be afraid of, and after a moment, he apologized whilst following me inside. Once inside, his composure became calmer. He immediately told me he was going to use the bathroom, without even asking where it was. He simply assumed it was upstairs and headed for it. Odd, I thought, but my mind was more focused on the upcoming witnessing of the room. I was excited to prove his doubts wrong. Strangely enough, he came back without having seen it. It takes time for some people. Let me show you around. The more you move around, the faster it'll happen. I gave him a tour of the house. When we reached the final door upstairs, my bedroom, he smiled at me. Maybe it'll happen if we go in there. I smiled back, knowing his confidence would be humbled once he saw the doorless room. As I turned my back to him and opened my bedroom door, I felt his presence vanish. Turning around confirmed my suspicion. He was gone. Oh my god. The sound of his voice crawling up the walls. Where am I? I told you. Believe me now? Well, yeah. How long does it last? A minute at most. I spoke whilst laughing. Yet, every rule has an exception. A few minutes in, I started to get worried. After an hour, he begged me to help him. It's now been a whole night. His voice has stopped. The room had always returned people. Always. Why was this man the exception? I wanted to have helped him, but I'm not even sure where I would have started. Calling the police seemed out of the question. How could I even explain that the house had kidnapped somebody? I spoke to him all night, trying to help him find a way out. But we both knew he wasn't getting out until the house allowed it. Towards the end, he gave up. He started talking about how regretful he was. At the time, I thought he meant for visiting the house. But thinking back, I believe he meant something else. He kept talking about the wrong thing at the wrong time. The final words I heard him say before I stopped understanding him entirely were the most telling. "She's going to keep me here." Is he talking about me? Or does he know something that I don't? Researching my address further yielded an interesting development. He had been the previous owner of this house. Perhaps subconsciously I recognized him, intrigued by his familiarity. I never met the previous owner before buying the house, but it can't be a coincidence. I must have seen him somewhere before. I also found an old listing of this house from a few years before I moved in. The original floor plan had a basement, something this house currently lacks. Could this be the room? A friend of his came by today to ask if he was still here. I explained he left in the night. His friend came inside. He never saw the room. The room with no doors has found its prisoner. It no longer takes visitors captive. There's a reason the government is hiding it from the public. UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call them. Soon they're going to have to come clean, at least about parts of it. There's no way they'll be honest about the worst of it. Why it's been so secret for so long. I will. I don't expect this to stay up for long. I bet my computer's been bugged for the past 10 years. So, listen carefully. I want you to be ready. I used to be a wildlife photographer. That's why it was such a shock to me. When men in black suits show up at your house, tell you that you've been selected for a new job working for NASA, you'd expect they'd be looking for a physicist, or biologist, or something. I thought it was a joke, until one of them flashed a badge. The other one stretched just so, accidentally, revealing a gun he was concealing at his waist. I wasn't even a particularly good wildlife photographer. Maybe that's why they chose me. No awards, no family, no friends, no criminal record. Hell, I didn't even have any pets. Guess that was all the resume they needed. I had to take a plane there for my first day. New housing on site, they said. Pack lightly. My new post was at the High Point Special Facility. Maybe you've heard of it, in the news. It's a government compound, out in the mountains, not too far from Washington, D.C., where US leadership is meant to stay if something threatens their safety in the city. Allegedly, it's owned and operated by FEMA. So why would I work there? Because they've been lying. Under the facility, there are miles and miles of tunnels, fortified, maze-like corridors and rooms expansive enough to create a dark, cool, subterranean city. There were laboratories, libraries, a factory, aircraft hangars, surgical theaters. They needed a documentarian. Didn't want to waste someone more important on taking pictures. I don't think I was even really working for NASA, even if nobody said otherwise. At first, I didn't really understand what I was taking pictures of. I wasn't stupid enough to ask. I assumed they chose someone who couldn't make sense of it on purpose. I'd be taken to a room where there'd be some machine parts or an engine sitting out on a table. I'd take some pictures, supervised by people in lab coats, who would direct me to certain portions or angles. Over time, pieces got more complete. One time I took a picture of some sort of circuit-looking thing that shorted out my camera after I got too close. It just came apart in my hands, with a burst of blue sparks. Burned me pretty bad. I had to switch from digital to film after that. And then one day it clicked. Maybe about a year in. They had me to go to the surgical theater. Suited me up like a marshmallow in a gas mask. I was to photograph an autopsy. An autopsy? I remember thinking that they must have been a victim of some covert technological experiment gone wrong. But when they wheeled out the body, it wasn't a person at all. It was small, vaguely person-shaped, but it was put together wrong. A sick little part of me almost laughed. It looked like a cartoon alien. Big eyes, big head, grey skin. But then they started cutting into it, and it was very, very real. I had to photograph each organ. I drank myself to sleep that night. The place was big enough to have a bar, even if I couldn't leave to get my own liquor. I guess my reaction was good enough though, because instead of my regular work the next day, I was sent to a big meeting room. Needed a photographer's input, they said. Make sure I don't talk about this to anyone else. We were given pseudonyms. The head of the project was Akea, a rough-looking older guy who sounded like he might have been from New York. There were scientists, quiet, smart people. I can't even remember what they were called. Most of what they said flew over my head. I was also introduced to Sagita, Cygnus, and Canis, our prospective astronauts. I was Pyxis. Cygnus told me this was the name of a constellation shaped like a telescope. I wonder if she thought it was funny. Akea informed us we were a small part of a greater project. Greater as in greater in scope, but also greater as in grand. We were to help with the development of a manned supercamera, Project Antaeus. The technology I had been photographing had been de-engineered and re-engineered, all with the purpose of developing faster than light travel. We were almost there. Project Antaeus was meant to practice sending manned craft into deep space. Antaeus and its crew were to travel to Mars, orbit for about 3 months, and return. This was the first time I decided to speak up. Why am I here? My voice cracked. Because, he replied, we need someone to teach our astronauts about wildlife photography. We need evidence of live extraterrestrials. So, my job became accompanying the 3 astronauts as they underwent their training and teaching them about photography techniques in an unstable environment with an unpredictable subject. The Antaeus camera was more powerful than anything I'd ever had my hands on, but there was no data to train an AI to look for a moving alien. We had no idea what we might be looking for, really. We'd only ever seen their ships up close, after they'd been destroyed. It was less eventful for a while. Everyone was focused on Antaeus. I saw ships enter the hangar though. Not ours. Long, cigar-shaped craft, built from metal that looked like it had been crushed and folded, and melted together so many times over that it had become smooth. Bodies inside without any evidence of a door. Cygnus told me rumors about ships flying up out of the ocean, about cattle being found bloodless and boneless, without visible injury. Missing children. She told me in whispers, in writing, in looks and gestures. I wasn't meant to know. She felt bad for me. So much information, without any answers. One night she slipped into my quarters. It was close to the launch date. She had told our superiors she wanted to thank me. She asked me for a token to take with her, so she could think of me. I gave her my watch. After she left, I found a piece of paper folded into my pocket. It must have come from the library, because none of us had access to a computer or to a printer. The paper looked old, worn, like a vintage book from the 70s. It was a photo of a clay tablet, half unburied, from an archaeological dig. It even had those little flags around the hole. And on the tablet were drawings of people. They were looking up at the sky, at other beings with big heads and stubby bodies, beings coming down from the stars. I ripped up the paper and flushed it down the toilet. I couldn't afford to be caught with it. I don't know if Cygnus thought she was helping me by showing me that, or if she just needed someone to share it with, to carry the burden with her. I never got the chance to ask. We were close. Too close. I wish she were here to help me explain. Antaeus left. The first red flag was when the radio refused to work. Rest of the ship was okay though, from what we could tell back home. We weren't meant to receive the first photographs for a couple of weeks. We did, however, receive more visitors in the meantime, more sightings. I was tasked with editing photographs taken from the satellite. I was sent into hangars alone to photograph orbs that spun without a power source, four-fingered hands that smelled of ammonia, a flat black mirror 30 feet across. Things that felt wrong. The first transmission we received was beautiful. Someone up top had the kindness to let me look. Heavenly bodies in blue and gold and yellow, galaxies spreading like watercolor across the expanse of space, each taken with a delicate human touch. Art, really, but not what they were looking for. Back to silence, back to work, back to little grey corpses and empty hallways. The next set of images were more unsettling. Again, the first few were gorgeous. A shot of Earth in swirling colour, distant stars, Earth's moon, the moons of Jupiter. Something in this next one, a faint outline, inorganic. A ship. No amount of editing could make it clear though. and silence again. I was slipping up, losing time. I'd look up and hours would pass. Akia told me that I'd be released from my tour of duty at the end of the mission. I wondered if that meant I'd be killed. Antaeus relayed more photos. A perfect shot of a non-human spacecraft, just like the ones we had here. Something had compressed it so tightly around the middle that it had split in half. Bodies backlit by sunlight, floating in space. Twisted, squat bodies. Another mangled ship. A photograph of the Antaeus. How? Akia asked me. How? I don't know, I told him. I didn't teach them how to do that. Foreign objects arrived at the facility more frequently, and in greater numbers. I was busier than ever, alone on the job more than ever. Sometimes I didn't even have time to decontaminate between rooms before a faceless voice on an intercom would tell me to move on to the next one. I was called in to take photographs of an autopsy. No time to put on a hazmat suit, the intercom said. Just had to go in with the hollowed carcass. It was peeled open, skin and ribs, the petals of a fleshy flower. Each organ had been carefully placed in a tray, ready for documentation. Being near the body made my skin tingle, not in a generous way. I was used to the dead by now. The body was having a physical effect on me. Lights flashed when I blinked. I crept nearer. Nestled in the open cavity of its chest was a watch, slick black with congealed blood. It was my watch. I was dizzy. I was burning. Shaking, I clicked my camera before I gave in and stumbled into the hallway to vomit. How? So many people were asking me like I would have an answer. How? I had to take a polygraph. It had my watch. I don't know how. Cygnus had my watch. From Earth, everything aboard the Antaeus seemed fine, except for the radio. Days passed. My skin reddened and dried and flaked off like sunburn. They must have decided to trust me again, because they had me return to work. There was another body. My watch, again, was found among its organs. I was asked more questions I couldn't answer. I asked them how many copies of my watch they had already found. They told me I didn't have high enough clearance to know. More pictures from Antaeus. Another photograph of the ship. A different one. This one was smashed flat. A hunk of sheet metal fell into the Atlantic Ocean, belonging to Antaeus. But our Antaeus was still up there in space. Someone in the organization recovered the Antaeus from where it crashed in the mountains of Alaska. But we kept receiving visual transmissions from the ship. From Earth, everything aboard the Antaeus seemed fine. The super camera captured 1,000 copies of the Antaeus, floating like sleeping whales. Thousands of suspended bodies, backlit, humanoid. And something else was there. Not a black hole. A black hole can't look back. But it was taking things in, eating things. Satellites, moons, copying them, crushing them, spitting them back out. changing them. Those mangled bodies, those cigar-shaped ships, each one was from Earth, weren't they? Each autopsy, each one was performed on some version of Sagitta, Cygnus, and Canis. It was all them. It was always them. And I helped to put them up there with that thing, in my own small way. Nobody had answers. At least not ones they were willing to share. One last photograph. Darkness. Interrupted only by a horrifying, warm little light. I could feel it looking back at me, radiating malevolence. We never received a transmission from Antaeus again. My tour was over. They let me leave. Who would believe me? Who did I have left to tell? Here's the thing. I'm dying. Terminal brain cancer. One of a kind. Doctors say they've never seen anything like it. Reminds them of something they'd see in someone exposed to nuclear waste. Must be why the government used me to take pictures instead of some precious scientist. Before I go, I need someone to carry this burden with me. I don't have answers to everything I saw, every rumor I heard. But I saw enough. It was us that we were studying. The Antaeus and her crew. Returned to Earth butchered and broken, and put back together into something new. There never were any aliens. But there is something up there. Something the government is watching in secret. Something that hates humanity enough to use the strings of time and space as instruments of torture. And I do know one thing. In every picture, it was getting closer to Earth. I hung up the phone as I stared into my wife's eyes with the biggest smile I had ever had. "Well, what did they say, John?" my wife inquired. I was still in shock. Joy. No, relief took over my body. They found a match. I stuttered. My wife Sarah leapt forward, clutching her arms around my neck. I gently reached up and rubbed her back. It was over. I had found a match. After 6 months of slowly dying, hoping and praying to find a matching kidney, I finally found one. I haven't felt this happy since our marriage. That phone call was one of the greatest moments of my life. Well, that's what I thought. Little did I know, the gates of hell had just opened, and my life would never be the same. I'm sure you're all expecting a story of how the kidney transplant failed, or maybe some horror story of how I was awake during the surgery. God, I wish that was the case. It would have been so much easier, so much quicker, so much less painful. Shit. Even a failed transplant would have been better. I probably would have lasted only a few more months. Death would have been relieving in comparison. What I got instead was nightmares. Actual, literal nightmares. They began shortly after I left the hospital and started simple enough. I would see flashes in my dreams. A woman screaming in the corner as she held her baby. A blood-soaked floor. A man laughing psychotically. The sound of knives sharpening, and briefly, the glimpse of a man strapped to a chair with black tape over his mouth, eyes bulging in horror as he witnessed a violent murder. There was little meaning to them, and there was no cohesion to the dreams. It was just glimpses. They were different, though, than any other dreams I had. They were short flashes like that of a slideshow, but they were incredibly vivid. I could describe in detail what the woman looked like and what she wore. I could hear her voice shrieking in terror. I could picture the blood on the floor and the man strapped to a chair, as if I had just seen them in person. I could even smell the sickening scent of iron in the air from the blood. I told Sarah about the dreams. She didn't make much of them. She said they were likely the result of the anesthesia or my body healing from surgery, and shouldn't be a concern. Anesthesia? I questioned. It's been a week. I think all the anesthesia is gone. Well, it could still be your body healing, she retorted. Or it could be anxiety. We waited months for you to find a match. I'm sure you were worried about it failing. Also, you've always been terrified of doctors. This was true. I hated doctors. For years, doctors have been telling me I have hypertension when they take my blood pressure, only for me to explain I have white coat syndrome. Yeah, you're probably right, I said. I know I am. I always am. She smiled softly. No matter how distressed I was, that smile always calmed me. What else could it be? I nodded and reclined on the couch. It was Saturday, which meant it was movie night. Throughout our 23 years of marriage, we made it a point to have our date nights. As we got older and grouchier, most of those date nights turned into staying home and watching something. Still, I couldn't quite shake the unease I felt. I don't know how to describe it, but something felt wrong. Though I had relaxed my mind and resolved myself to just experiencing post-op anxiety, that didn't stop the nightmares. In fact, they got worse. I no longer only dreamed of the same horror scene of the blood-soaked room. Now, I would see different ones. Sometimes I would dream of a young man, maybe 30, with long black hair, being hung by one finger from a bridge, crying and begging for his life. I could hear his bones in his finger break and see the flesh tear as the thin rope cut into his finger. Other times, I would see a family, all tied to a lawn chair inside a barn as it went up in flames. I watched as they screamed, as the flames engulfed them and melted the skin from their faces. One of the worst I saw was a woman held at gunpoint as her, I assume boyfriend or husband, shot himself. I suspect whoever held the gun forced him to do it, or else it would be his wife or girlfriend. They were all drastically different killings, but aside from being gruesome and horrific, they all had two things in common. There was always a man laughing maniacally, and there was always the man tied to a chair, being forced to watch. This went on for weeks. I would tell my wife about the dreams, and though disturbed, she would always conclude that it must be anxiety, or that I had watched too many horror films. "It's not just anxiety," I yelled during an argument over the dreams. "It's not horror movies either. I've watched horror my entire life, and never have I had dreams like this." "Well, what do you want me to do about it then?" she retorted. I sat and clasped my head in my hands. I felt as if I may cry for the first time in decades. "I don't know, but I can't keep having dreams like this. I can barely sleep anymore." "Sounds like you need a therapist," Sarah said. "A therapist? How much is that going to cost for some PhD to tell me it's all because of my childhood?" I snidely responded. "Will you stop?" she said. "Your insurance covers therapy. Do you have any other ideas? Wouldn't you like to sleep again?" I sighed. I always thought of therapists as scams. But what other options did I have? These nightmares were making my life hell, and went far beyond not being able to sleep. I couldn't get the images out of my mind. They were always there. Having constant, vivid images of the most gruesome murders possible really messed with one's psyche. Fine. I'll look for one tomorrow. It didn't take long for me to find a psychiatrist. As it happens, America is experiencing something of a mental health epidemic. Psychiatrists were plentiful and abundant. I found one covered by my insurance, with good reviews. A slender lady who looked to be somewhere in her mid-30s. I told her, the psychiatrist, all about my dreams and how I started experiencing them after the surgery. I explained that I could see them in vivid detail, and they were making my awakened life a nightmare. She went through the usual checklist. She asked if I had ever experienced anything like this before, if I had a history of anxiety, if I was on any painkillers after the surgery. I answered no to them all. She had no concrete answers, but she said it was likely that my brain was working out the trauma of literally dying for months with a failing kidney. She concluded that with death constantly lurking in my mind, it was likely that now that it was over, I was experiencing something like PTSD. I didn't really believe her, but she prescribed me some medication, one for anxiety and one for sleep. If I can finally sleep, I'll take whatever she gives me, I thought. As it turns out, the meds did nothing. Well, actually, I guess they did, because the nightmares only got worse. Every couple of days, I would experience a new episode in more graphic detail than the last. 2 of them really struck me. One was a man crying, being forced to eat something raw. Even in my sleep, I could feel bile rise in my throat. Whatever that was, it wasn't beef. The second was another man, as he was shoved into a wood chipper. I'll spare you the details on that one. Still, as with all of them, there was always that haunting laughter and a man strapped to a chair, who seemed to slightly change between each dream. He gradually became more worn in appearance and skinnier, I reckoned he had lost about 50 pounds throughout all the nightmares. Nothing eased the terror that consumed my nights. I was lucky to get 2 hours of sleep. I spent most of the nights lying in bed awake, sweating profusely. These had turned into night terrors, and I could no longer stand them. I even tried sleeping during the day to see if that would help, but I would still have the nightmares. My wife was no help. She insisted I keep seeing the therapist and taking the meds. I put my foot down and refused. Whatever was going on, therapy wasn't the solution. Since this ordeal began, when I got my kidney transplant, I decided to start there. The only problem was I didn't know how to begin there. I had no clue what the cause of the dreams were, or how the kidney was connected. But it's all I had. After all, what the hell could a kidney have to do with nightmares? I racked my brain trying to figure out what happened around that time. Had I seen some news story about a serial killer before the surgery? While I was unconscious in the hospital, were murder victims being treated that my subconscious picked up on? I investigated both of these and found nothing. Finally, with no other possible avenue, I decided to contact my doctor who had done the surgery. I wanted to know who the kidney came from, which, evidently, standard surgical doctors don't know. At first he wanted to know why I wanted to know this, so I told him I wanted to send a gift to the family as a thank you for saving my life. Finally, after a longer than wanted conversation, he sent me some list with what looked like serial numbers through email. He told me which number sequence my kidney belonged to, and told me to contact the doctor in charge of organ donations, the one who extracted them from the corpses. It took a while, but I finally got in touch with the doctor I was looking for. I gave him the same story I had given the other doctor, and also gave him the numbers of the donor I was looking for. He checked his database and came back with the name: Samuel Horn. This was the guy whose kidney I now carried, the man who saved my life. Though I had never heard the name before, something about it seemed familiar. It was as if I had heard the name 1,000 times. I googled the name, and it didn't take long for me to discover who he was. I live in Boston, which is where Samuel Horn was from as well. Evidently, he was an investigator who went missing 2 years ago with no trace. Upon investigating the police reports, his case went cold, and he was listed as a missing person. That is, until a few months ago, when he was found on the outskirts of Boston, lying dead in the snow. The cause of death? A single stab wound to the temple. It was a sad story, but none of that's what got me. What bothered me instead was that I instantly recognized him. He was the man from my dreams, the one strapped to a chair who was present during all the killings. My mind was racing. What do I do? I couldn't tell my wife about this. She would just think I was nuts. What would I even tell her? Honey, that kidney I got is haunted and belonged to an investigator who was murdered. I think I'm witnessing the murders he was forced to watch before he was killed. I paced around for hours. I must have smoked 2 packs of Marlboros during that time, trying to decide what to do. Why is this happening? Why am I having these dreams? What could they mean? I thought to myself. The only explanation I could muster was that Samuel must have wanted me to see them. For some reason, he wanted me to have these nightmares. My guess is he was investigating a serial killer and wanted me to finish it, to turn this person in, as he was unable to. How I, a 49-year-old electrician, would do this, I don't know. Maybe, eventually, I would see the laughing man in the nightmares. Then I would at least know what he looked like to tell the police. Until then, I would just have to endure them. It's not as if I had a choice in the matter anyway. Weeks passed with no relief. Every night I would dream of some horrible murder, each more vivid than the last. I was never able to see the laughing man, though. He always stayed somewhere out of limited view. That is, until one night, exactly 9 months after my surgery, I saw him. And I was not prepared for it. It happened abruptly. I was having a nightmare of a man being lit on fire when, suddenly, the laughing man popped into my view, clear as day. I was only able to see the man for a few moments before I jumped awake with my heart pounding. As I felt the drumming in my chest, I thought I might have a heart attack. I started to hyperventilate when my wife awoke. "Honey, what's wrong?" she yelled. I didn't reply. I was in disbelief. The man I saw, he was me. I never went back to sleep. It took over an hour for me to convince my wife I didn't need to call 911. I stayed awake the entire night, thinking about what I had witnessed. How have I been killing people? I thought to myself. As soon as my wife awoke the next morning, I told her about the dream. She brushed it off as nothing and just a nightmare, but I insisted. I told her all about Samuel Horn and how he was the man I saw tied up in every one of the dreams. She was visibly shaken, but she still tried to make sense of it. She told me I should take a vacation and lay off work for a while, rest my mind. I refused. I already knew what I was going to do, and that was turn myself into the police. I don't know how I was doing these murders, but I saw myself there. Initially, the police thought I was crazy. That is, until I gave them details of dozens of murders that the public had no information on. They checked their records, and all the information I gave them was accurate. Still, there was no evidence of my involvement in the murders, so instead of prison, I was locked in a psychiatric hospital. I spent weeks in this hospital. The nightmares had finally stopped. The doctors and the police weren't entirely convinced I was the murderer, but they knew I knew something and wanted to know how. I told them it was my dreams, which nobody took seriously. They eventually diagnosed me with schizophrenia and wanted to check my family history for mental illness. I told them about my family, which turned up nothing. No history of any mental issues aside from an uncle with chronic depression. That is until one of the officers sat me down for an interview. "John, are you aware you are adopted?" the officer inquired. Adopted? I asked. No, I'm not adopted. Well, as it turns out, you are. I was shocked, as if I needed any more life-altering news. I felt a tinge of sadness for a moment, as I realized my parents weren't my biological mother and father. Your parents adopted you when you were 4 months old. Apparently your birth mother couldn't care for you both. You both? I asked. My head started to spin. This, along with everything else, was too much. Yes, you both. John, you have an identical twin brother who is wanted on federal charges. A couple of days ago, my friend Zaz told us about this dumping ground in the woods and asked if we wanted to see it. It's summer and we've got nothing better to do, so we all troop out there. Me, my friend Zaz, my cousin Aidan, who wants to salvage old junk to sell online, my older sister Lisbeth, and my little sis Keisha, who tags along 'cause Mum told Lisbeth to watch her. The dump is exactly like you'd expect. Broken washing machines, and a sink and tarp, and old wooden boards, oil drums, trash, and no, none of it looks like you can sell it on eBay, Aidan. Good luck hauling that £6,000 rusted washing machine out of the woods yourself. I don't know how much stuff weighs. I'm bad at math. But we all go crawling around anyway, picking through old tires and flattened boxes and twisted shards of metal, so rusted we're all gonna need tennis shots, or whatever they're called. And shattered glass, and a grungy rolled up carpet, rank microwaves that Aidan insists we can totally make bank on if we scrape off a zillion layers of crusted gunk. None of it is cool or interesting, and I'm starting to think Zaz was an idiot for dragging us out here. But then, at the bottom of the heap, sits this old refrigerator. This thing is like medieval, like it could be Ben Franklin's refrigerator. Almost more submarine than fridge. Its dented sides and rusted metal handle could probably survive a bomb blast. Dude, says Zaz. Y'all know what's probably in this fridge, right? Your lunch, jokes Aidan. A dead body, I say. Zaz points at me like I just won the lottery, but instead of $1 million, I get whatever's in that fridge. Suddenly, I know this is the real reason he's led us out here. Zaz is only ever interested in one thing: scaring the bejesus out of us. Mum used to make us stay away from him 'cause he's older than us and wears a trench coat and steel-toed boots and eyeliner. But eventually she figured out he's just a goth. We hang out 'cause our houses are right across the street. Also because he has a crush on Lisbeth, my older sister, which he shows by terrifying her. Not the most effective tactic, but he's pretty dumb that way. So when he hovers around the fridge like a moth around a zapper, I know it's going to be the key to his quest to win Lisbeth's heart through jump scares. Good luck, Romeo. And now he spreads his arms like the junk's a stage, and we're all on the slope like the audience in seats made of dead appliances. And he starts telling us about refrigerators. specifically how likely we are to find a body in one. Actually, there's a pretty good chance. See, these old fridges were built back when they know how to make stuff last. Sometimes kids would stumble across them years after they'd been dumped. And if you were a kid unlucky enough to crawl into an old fridge like this during hide and seek, it wouldn't open from the inside. No, these old fridges have latching doors, so you'd be locked into an airtight sealed box, your screams muffled by its insulated steel until you suffocated. And no one would know the fridge was actually your coffin until they saw it in the dump and decided to check inside. And then, woof, the almighty stink. So, Zaz knocks on the dented white door. Who's going to open it? Nobody makes a move. Go on, Aiden. I nudge him. Maybe there's something you can sell on eBay. No fucking way, Aiden says. You do it. I'll do it, announces my baby sister Kisha, who's probably the same age as whatever kid's turning to jelly in there. Lisbeth grabs her. You're not going anywhere near. Guess I'll have to open it then, says Zaz, flashing a grin and gripping the rusted metal handle. He's trying to be brave and sexy, and sneaks a glance at Lisbeth to see if she's impressed. She is not. His shoulders slump as Lisbeth drags Kisha off to look at something less morbid. Aiden and I wait, because we want to see what's inside. But now Zaz lets go of the handle, and gets this look. Aiden and I make eye contact, because we just know he's gonna, up the ante or whatever, in a feeble attempt to win her over. And sure enough, a few minutes later, I see Zaz in his black trench coat, luring Kisha into the woods, while Lisbeth is distracted by Aiden, his usual wingman. Finally, Lisbeth notices Kisha's missing, and starts freaking out. Kisha? Kisha? She hollers in a high, panicky voice. You'd better not be in the fridge. And because Lisbeth is actually a pretty good older sister, she doesn't even hesitate, just rushes over and grabs the rusted metal handle. It must weigh a ton, and she grunts as she hauls it open. A long arm grabs her, and she shrieks. Even at a distance, her voice rings in our ears. I run down and see Zaz has pulled her on top of him. She's so mad she's hitting him pretty hard, while he's busting a gut. She tells him that it's not funny, and climbs out and shoves him down, and storms off red-faced. He's teary-eyed with laughter. What an idiot. Can I come out now? Yells Kisha from the woods. I go up to join her, and she asks why Zaz likes scaring our sister. I tell her it's his love language. She thinks real hard about this and says, maybe he should try flowers instead. Maybe. We're almost home when my phone starts vibrating. It's Zaz. Help. Help. In the fridge. Nice try, I reply. I'm seriously stuck. R.I.P. I'm not kidding. Help. I don't want to fall for the same trick as Lisbeth, so I ask her what I should do. But she tells me to let him suffocate. Aiden is on the path further behind us, taking his sweet time, so I wait for him to catch up and then ask him where Zaz is. He looks surprised. Thought he was with you. Something about the way he says this makes me suspect he's in on it. Especially when he refuses to come check with me because it's gonna rain and he might catch a cold. Cool. Are you gonna say that at his funeral too? But, like, on the 0.0000001% chance my friend needs actual help to save him from a Darwin Award, I head back. It's weird how everything seems normal when you're with a group, but when you're by yourself, suddenly it gets, like, creepy and stuff. Heavy clouds hang low in the sky, and a few fat droplets hit me. At the dump site, the bottom of the slope is almost total darkness, because the sun is setting. The hairs on my arms and legs prickle, like a zillion bugs crawling up my skin as I call. Zaz? No response. I crawl down and spot that dented white submarine of a refrigerator lying at the very bottom. Its curving door is stained and scuffed, but somehow timeless. Like you could nuke it, and it would probably be fine. The OG of dumped junk. It's got this vibe like it's so old, it was the first thing here, and the forest and this whole pile all grew up around it. I wonder if Zaz is really in there. Wouldn't his muscles be cramping? I imagine him all folded up inside like a spider, waiting to uncurl a limb and drag me in. I'll admit, I'm scared as shit. My phone vibrates. I jump and check my phone. Zaz. Help. Zaz? I shout. No response. Is it so insulated in there that he can't hear me? I pick my way down the slope, a few feet away from the fridge. I pause. My phone vibrates again. Okay, I'm coming. I skid down the rest of the way until I'm close enough to touch the smooth white surface and say, "Hey, maybe you should try flowers instead, so Lisbeth doesn't hate you." I'm hoping to rile him into responding, but not a peep, not a sound, nothing. Even when I bang on the fridge. And then I bark out a laugh, all the air busting out of me. Dude, I can see your fingers holding the door open. I watch as he adjusts his grip. He's really determined to wait me out. Kudos to him for having the self-control not to break, even when called out. But I'm not gonna touch that fridge handle. Not when it would put me in such easy range of those gripping fingers. Nope, I decided. And when my phone started buzzing again as I climbed away from the dump site, this time I ignored it. In the middle of the night, my phone wouldn't stop buzzing. Cold. I messaged him to stop. Cold. I'm stuck. On and on. And obviously he's not stuck, 'cause by now he'd have suffocated. So how would he be texting? But even though I know that every vibration of my phone means he's alive and well, and giggling to himself from the safety of his room, as he types and definitely not stuck in that fridge, it's starting to super freak me out. I finally turn my phone on silent, but when I check again, he's still texting. The next day my stomach knots with dread, all through breakfast, while my phone continues to buzz. I want to check the fridge, but it hasn't stopped raining since yesterday, and Mum won't let me go out while it's wet. The weird thing is, there's nothing on his YouTube or Snapchat or Discord or anywhere. Just those dumb text messages saying he's cold. Finally, I decide to message him back. Cold. Maybe come out of the fridge then. Stuck. Help. Fine. I'll come soon if you stop messaging me. The messages stop for a while, but once the sun starts sinking lower in the sky, he messages again. Are you coming? Cold. Oh my God. Cold. 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 I'm starting to type a reply when a knock on my door makes me think he's finally going to be standing there with his shit-eating grin. But no. It's Lisbeth, looking like she slept even worse than me. She says Zaz's mum called, asking if anyone's seen him. And as soon as she says that, the knot of dread in my stomach becomes a noose around my throat, so tight that I can't breathe. I tap quickly into my phone. Hey, Zaz, your mum is super worried. Stuck. I'm serious. Where are you right now? Fridge. Everyone is worried. Please, can you stop? Cold. Zaz, stop, for real. It doesn't even make sense. The fridge doesn't even have power, so it can't be cold. 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 He's still typing more colds when I show the text to Lisbeth, and she goes full nuclear. She flings the phone on the carpet and shouts, Jesus Christ, this is not funny, and you need to tell your friend what an idiot he's being. And on and on. Then she grabs my arm and tells me we're gonna find him and chain him to his room to be grounded for life. But first, she's gonna strangle him. I'm starting to think she might actually have a little crush on him too, and that her love language is rage. 10 minutes later, we're at the dump site. I'm scrambling to keep up, in such a hurry climbing over all the trash that I almost don't notice when my foot hits something with a crack. I stop, step back, frowning. Lisbeth? What? She snaps. On the ground under my shoe is his phone. Lisbeth snatches up the phone and wipes it off. What an idiot. He's gonna be so pissed. My phone buzzes again as Lisbeth heads down toward the fridge. It's from Zaz. Cold. Lisbeth? I whisper. She's yelling at the fridge door that Zaz is an idiot, waving his phone and announcing that he dropped it. The phone in her hand is black, cracked, dead. The fingers of her other hand grip the refrigerator's rusted handle. My phone buzzes. Are you here? Don't open it, I shriek. She looks back at me, confused. Huh? Don't open it. He's in there. He'll be stuck from his own dumb prank if we don't open it. Don't, I shouted, hysterical. Let me go. I have to open it. We fight, back and forth, and my phone keeps vibrating with his text. Cold. cold, even though the phone in Lisbeth's hand is dead. I tried to tell her it's dead, but she tells me there's a delay, that I'm being irrational, that he obviously dropped it as he was hurrying into the fridge. But no, the phone is dark and wet, and the screen protector has water under it, meaning he dropped it before the rain stopped. Maybe even before it started last night. So how? How was he texting from a dead phone? And then she shoves me, hard. I stumble back and fall on my ass. She grabs the rusted door and pulls. Her shriek mingles with the shriek of the door as it falls open. For seconds I'm frozen, too terrified to move. I feel something warm tickle on my leg. Then I creep round to my sister, looking over her shoulder. He looks peaceful, his head turned to one side. His skin is sort of greyish, with his limbs all tucked up, his face composed in sleep. He looks so young in there, almost like one of those kids he was talking about. I wait for his chest to rise and fall. He's faking, I say. Lisbeth is crying. He's got to be faking, I say again. Lisbeth turns and runs, and I back up from the refrigerator, in a daze, still waiting for his chest to move. But it doesn't. There's a rotting smell, but not like knock you down rotting. It seems like the stench of the fridge itself, or the decades-old air trapped inside. Stale air that tastes a bit rank and very, very cold. I turn and scramble after her. When the police arrive at the dump site, the fridge is rusted closed, so they have to call in a construction crew to bust the door clean off. But inside is nothing but old stains, and they doubt a teenager could even fit in there unless he really scrunched. Missing person is their official verdict. It's not exactly right, though. See, my sister keeps getting flowers, scattered in her room or outside her door, or, more often, tumbling out of the refrigerator when she opens it. Dried, pressed, dead flowers. She thinks it's his ghost. I think the fact we didn't have any body means he's still alive, but just too chicken to show himself. Like he doesn't know how to end this bridge game, because everyone is so pissed at him. So he's just still pretending. And since he doesn't have his phone, no one has any way of communicating with him. So yesterday, I put his dead phone back at the dump site, in what's left of the fridge. Like maybe he can throw it in some rice or something. And once he does, maybe he'll get my messages. So, Zaz, if you can read this, Lisbeth would like it much better if you could give her the flowers in person. The fridge is broken. You can't pretend to be stuck in it anymore. Come back. Update. Holy hell. Zaz just responded to my texts. I messaged him. Please, come back. Please, please, please. He responded. Okay. Oh my god. You found your phone. Are you really coming back? Please come back. We all miss you. On my way. Finally. Lisbeth is going to be so happy when he hands her those flowers in person. His mum's going to be so happy. Aiden and Keisha and everyone is going to be so happy. I've always been the chubby kid, constantly being teased by my peers for how heavy I was. I never really understood the big deal. I mean, yeah, I'm overweight, but what's that got to do with you? And for that reason, I was tormented every day. Standing next to my classmates, it was evident of my size. But when I would go home, well, that's where I would be the smallest. I come from a long line of, let's just say, obese people. Every morning my mother would make her usual for me and my father. Pancakes with mountains of sugar and syrup, only to follow up dinner with a meal just as gluttonous. This was an everyday occurrence, and to be honest, I loved it. I mean, what kid doesn't want to eat an endless serving of junk food? It wasn't until my father became ill and started to lose weight did I even fathom the idea that we could be thin, that I could be thinner. For some reason, my father being ill didn't worry my mother. Rather, it was the losing weight part that kept her up at night, concerned. She constantly would feed him infinite amount of servings, while rejecting the prescribed medication that was given to him, knowing that it would only suppress his appetite. You have to eat. You have to force yourself. My mother would tell my bedridden father as he gasped for oxygen. I didn't know what to think. I found it odd, but it was my parents, and I figured my mother knew what was best. Perhaps she thought her cooking could nurture my father back to health. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. He passed away. I didn't get to say goodbye or even see him. My mother took him away before I had the chance. She told me that she knew he would pass soon, and that she took him to some special home where you don't receive any treatment. Instead, you just pass away peacefully. At this point, I was entering high school, and I was left completely devastated. All I wanted to do was eat. It made me feel better. My mother did her best to console me in the only way she knew how, in her cooking. I must have ballooned up to at least 300 pounds, something that delighted my mother. As years came and went, I only grew more lonely. I had no friends, no girlfriend, no companions of any kind whatsoever, except for my mother. Remember, you have to keep eating. It's the only way. It's how we keep safe, my mother once told me. I was confounded with what she meant, but my appetite only grew, so I followed her advice. As I entered my 30s, a revelation dawned on me in the most profound way, which was, for being an obese person, I was perfectly healthy. I finally had convinced myself that it was time for me to get in shape. The loneliness had inundated my very being, and I knew if I was ever going to be happy, I needed to lose weight. So I went to a doctor for a checkup, something I have never done before. For some reason, my mother never took me to doctors, and the only reason my father had went when first becoming ill was that he had fainted at work and his employer called for an ambulance. Besides that time, We were a family that never went to get checkups. My face froze with utter bewilderment when the doctor told me I was fit. In fact, he said that I was healthier than most men in their 30s. My mouth gaped open, not understanding how that could be possible. I had a new outlook on life, and I wanted to do whatever it took to shrink down. So I did the typical. I went for runs, reduced my calorie intake. I even flirted with the idea of taking steroids. But no matter what I did, I just couldn't lose weight. I would grab at my belly fat and curse at it as if it was some foreign invader attacking me with its presence. And after months of trying, I began to accept the reality that solitude would engulf me for the rest of my life. That's when one of my co-workers gave me the suggestion of surgery. You mean like sewing my stomach shut? I apprehensively asked my co-worker. He just stared at me with a hideous smirk on his face. No, bro. Like, get the doctors to suck the fat out of you, he said. I never thought about surgery before. I mean, I always figured one day I would need it, but never did I imagine of losing body fat that way. So I went to see the doctor about surgery, and to my thrill, I was told that this was an option. The doctor told me it would be a series of procedures, that they couldn't just take it all out of me at once. So I reluctantly agreed. I called my mother with the revelation of my plan. I needed a comforting voice to reassure me I would be okay. But my mother didn't coddle me. Instead, she scolded me. I told you, you have to eat. It's the only way to stay safe. She told me to my horror. I just needed her to be supportive. What do you mean, safe? It's because of you, Mum, that I've grown to this size. That I'm miserable. That I'm lonely. I told her as anguish protruded from my weary voice. She remained silent for several seconds, leaving regret simmering on the tip of my tongue for being so aggressive. I tried to keep your father from losing weight. It's his fault. He wanted to lose weight, and that's why he got sick. I couldn't save him after that. My mother told me, and then promptly hung up on me. I didn't know what she was talking about, but her words grew concern in me, now thinking if my mother had anything to do with my father's sudden illness. I didn't talk to my mother for a few months after that. I didn't want anything more to do with her nonsense. So with that, I began my ascent into a life of happiness. My first surgery was an absolute success. Within the first few weeks after the swelling had gone down, visible results were evident. My face looked thinner. I think I could even see a bit of my jawline. To say the least, I was jovial at the revelation, and I couldn't wait for my next surgery. By surgery 3, I was down 100 pounds, and it left me feeling ambitious to do whatever it took to lose more weight naturally. I went back to the gym, now delighted to take off my oversized sweater to lift weights. I went on morning runs, and I cut out all the sugar I could from my diet. I guess you could say I was one of those people, the type that makes you roll your eyes whenever you saw a health-conscious person. Surprisingly, this newfound perspective led me into a journey of self-discovery. Now I like to go out and talk to people, no longer encapsulated in my own sorrow. Rather, I was out making friends and even talking to women. Life was perfect. Whenever I looked in the mirror, I saw the man that I always was meant to be. My face had features, my arms displayed strength, but more importantly, I now smiled. By the time my final surgery arrived, I was down nearly 200 pounds, and if you didn't look close, you would have never thought I was ever overweight. The only thing that remained was my stomach. I still had a bit of a gut. The stubborn belly fat just didn't want to melt away.
"I don't know how to tell you,"
the doctor said. Whenever a medical professional tells you these 3 words, you can literally feel your heart sink. I was almost sure that whatever words came next was my death sentence. Echoes of my mother telling me not to lose weight danced around in my thoughts. "What is it, Doc? Tell me." I nervously responded back. A bit of silence grew between the two of us as our eyes remained locked on each other in this critical game of chicken, as if the first person to look away loses.
"We can't do the last procedure. Well, we don't recommend it, you see."
The doctor paused.
"We believe that you might have a tumor of some sort underneath that last layer of belly fat. We need to do more tests."
And just as I thought my world shattered, memories of my father becoming ill began to make sense. Whatever was happening inside of me must have had happened to him. I decided against more tests. I knew what the outcome would be, and was so happy. I was finally living life to the fullest. So I just ignored the issue that was unraveling inside of my body. I continued exercising along with a nutritional diet. I did everything I was doing before. I even had a girlfriend. She was like me, once overweight, but now thin. I didn't tell her of my possible demise. I figured why bog her down with my problems. Instead, I showered her in affection. I wanted to build a life, not plan out a death. But to my dismay, that's when the stomach pains began to happen. It was like nothing I've ever experienced. Shooting pains would travel from my gut throughout my body, causing me to erupt into uncontrollable shaking. I did my best to hide it from my girlfriend. But as the weeks came and went, the sudden convulsions I would encounter only became more frequent, and the tumor started to grow. My girlfriend thought I was gaining weight. I needed escape. I needed solace from the city, from my girlfriend. I just needed time to accept my fate. So I went back home to my mother's house. My mother, who I hadn't seen in years, was gleeful at my presence, but her jovial expression only sank after she studied me for several seconds, understanding how thin I had gotten, and with such haste, she pulled me into her embrace, sobbing delicately to herself. I didn't know what to think, so I did the only thing I could think of, and I held her back and began to cry myself. As usual, she prepared a huge meal for me, with all the fixings, and to finish off the gluttonous dinner was a 3-layer chocolate cake. To be honest, after almost a year of eating healthy, tasting my mother's home-cooked food was a pleasure that couldn't be described by words. A sensation of transcendence, and as I swallowed each bite, I could feel tears form on the edges of my eyes, as my taste buds became inundated with an ambrosia of flavors. I was home. Sitting at the dinner table with my mother, as my body slowly digested the pounds of food I had just ingested, we talked about a variety of subjects. But as I told my mother of how exciting my life had become, her eyes only directed their stare at my stomach. She could see how inflated my gut was. She could see the tumor. I crossed my arms trying to shield my oversized gut from her, not wanting to talk about my illness. But that's when an eruption of pain engulfed my entire body. My stomach pain had returned, and I began to convulse violently in front of my mother. And all she could do was reach for my hand, trying to comfort me. After the seizure had calmed, I could read her eyes. It was the same look that was prevalent when my father was sick. But unlike that time, she now looked defeated. "About your father," she said as my breathing steadily calmed. "We're different. There's something inside of us, and I can't tell you what it is, but it's something that wants to get out, and we have to do whatever it takes to keep it from doing that. Because once it's out, many will die." My eyes widened open with utter disbelief. What the hell was my mother telling me? "Wait, what?" "It's a tumor, Mum, just like Dad had. Why do you have to play make-believe? I'm tired of it, okay? Just admit it," I angrily told her. I could see her brow dip with a bit of frustration, and her tender grip transformed into a tight one. "You have to gain weight. That's the only way we can keep it from coming out. It's not too late, my son," she told me as tears cascaded down her face. I pulled my hand away. I was tired of her nonsense, of her stories. And with that, I stormed out of her house and headed home. Seeing my mother was the refreshing sensation I needed to go back to the doctor for help. After all, my mother keeping me from medical treatment all these years has got me to where I am now. Entering my home, I called out for my girlfriend, ready to tell her the truth about my illness. How I was going to get treatment. That I didn't want to hide it anymore. At this point, my tumor had grown to a hideous size, and I found it difficult to breathe. But I did my best to shout out for my girlfriend. "Babe, I'm home. Where are you? We need to talk." I gasped out loud with all the remaining strength I had. I could hear her soft voice calling back out to me as her footsteps became more near, and that's when the pain once again returned. This time it was different. It was more excruciating. My body began to tremble, and I grabbed at my stomach, trying to massage it, hoping this episode would pass quickly. But to my horror, it only got worse. I fell to the floor as screams of pain escaped my mouth. My stomach, it was expanding almost as if I was going to explode. I squirmed on the floor, sweat drenching my body as froth began flowing out of my mouth. I clawed at my stomach, wanting the pain to stop. And that's when I heard the shrieks of trepidation coming from my girlfriend. She rushed to my side, trying to console me as her mind adjusted to what was happening. And that's when my stomach burst open. "Ah!" I yelped out. My stomach had completely exploded. Blood and intestines showered my hardwood floors, and my cries cautiously became whimpers as I could feel my vision become blurry. I could hear the screams of terror coming from my girlfriend. And that's when a hideous arm protruded from my gaping stomach. It was a grotesque thing. Its skin looked like it had scales. The edge of its fingertips revealed black pointy claws. I laid weak and somber. I really couldn't move. I couldn't do anything other than keeping my gaze on that horrid figure that was coming out of me. And soon, I saw the head. The beast was more devilish than anything I could have ever imagined. It had 4 eyes, and its teeth were endless. I couldn't make sense of what I was witnessing. And that's when my girlfriend let out a gasp of distraught, and I had utterly forgotten she was there. And that's when that demon pounced on her and began to eat her. I could hear her screams for help, and my body laid still. I couldn't save her. All I could do was listen to her dreadful final whimpers of life. Once the creature was done, we locked eyes, and I gulped, accepting the situation for what it was, that I was going to die. To my surprise, that monster sniffed me, its face caressing mine, bloody slime seeping all over me, all while its stench invaded my senses. And all I could do was shut my eyes tightly. But nothing ever happened. Several minutes had passed, and I opened my eyes, realizing the creature was gone. The living room lay desolated and still. It was just me, alone, in a puddle of blood. I don't know where that thing went. I'm starting to question my own sanity. But the blood is there. I know it's real. And my stomach seems to be closing in on its own, like a cocoon enclosing itself. I don't seem to be dying. In fact, I feel as if a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Visions of a brighter future somehow penetrate into my mind. I honestly don't know what to think. But one thing is for sure. I truly wish I had listened to my mother. I should have never lost the weight. It all started with a phone call. I picked up on the 3rd ring. "Jesse," Paul started, his voice cutting through the silence of the night and waking me from the deepest sleep I've had in a while. "I just checked your cows, and a couple of them slipped through a break in the fence." Rubbing a hand over my face, I blew out a frustrated sigh and peeked at the clock on my dresser. The red numbers glared back at me tauntingly. 11:32. Despite being absolutely exhausted, I knew my farmhand couldn't handle it all on his own, and these cows were my bread and butter. If I lost any more, I'd be madder than a hornet's nest. "Jesse?" Paul questioned. "You fall asleep on me, brother?" I shook my head, more to convince myself than him. I sat up in bed and threw off the covers. "I heard you. Just real tired is all." but I'm up. A crackle settled over the phone before I heard Paul clear his throat and say,
"Yeah, they've gone over yonder to that tree line. I'm sure we can get them rounded up, though, and we'll get you back to bed here soon."
With a tug, I yanked on my boots and laced them up. Thanks, brother. I appreciate your help. Just let me get my bearings and I'll be out there in 2 shakes.
"See you in a bit,"
he said, the phone disconnecting. Honestly, now that I thought about it, the fact that Paul was out even this late was strange in itself. I didn't know what he was doing out in the pasture at this time of night, but I did know it wasn't safe. For the past couple of weeks, cows had gone missing right and left, and I'd felt increasingly helpless. Something had to give, and it wasn't going to be me. Whatever or whoever was doing this was going to pay for the chaos they had caused, one way or another. Because there wasn't any way I was just going to roll over and let it happen. With a glance in the mirror, I ran a hand through my hair, blew out a breath, and switched on my lamp. I threw on an old flannel and headed downstairs, just in time to be caught by my little sister. "Jessie, what are you doing up so late?" she asked, her big brown eyes peering up at me from the living room couch. "You know," I started, a small grin tugging at my lips. "I should be asking you the exact same thing, young lady." With a huff, she held her nose in the air and looked down at me, a bowl of Cap'n Crunch in her hands. 16-year-olds don't need a bedtime." She paused, and then pointed towards her bowl. "And besides, I was famished. You can't cook worth a crap." "Famished," I muttered, the word floating from my mouth on a sarcastic breath. I don't know why in the world you go around using words like famished, but my squirrel and dumplings beat a bowl of Cap'n Crunch any day. I quipped, my hand coming down to ruffle her hair. She scrunched up her nose, set down her bowl and rolled her eyes before saying, "You and I both know that's a lie." Suddenly noticing that I had my shoes on, she quirked a curious brow and said, "Where are you headed so late?" Booted feet trudging over to the door, I winced when I heard the floorboards squeak. I really needed to replace that. "I'm headed out to the pasture. A couple of the cows got loose and Paul needs help rounding them up. I should be back before sunrise. Just make sure—" "I'll come help too," she retorted, already racing over to her room to track down her boots. "Ava," I shouted from the living room, "don't worry about it. I'm sure between Paul and I we'll do just fine." Despite my qualms, I watched as she came clomping out of her room, feet shoved into worn, weathered boots, and her braids loose, baby hairs sticking out in every direction. With a shake of my head, I chuckled at her stubbornness, realizing this was just one battle that wasn't worth fighting. Stepping out into the cool night air, I waved her onward, unlocking my old pickup truck and shoving my key into the ignition. Ava plopped down on the seat next to me, her hands picking at a scab on her elbow. The old truck choked a couple of times before finally spluttering to life, and then we were speeding down the old dirt road, dust kicking up into the air in thin brown puffs. When we finally made it to the ranch, though, Paul wasn't anywhere in sight. Only having a landline had its advantages, and its disadvantages, and right now it was the latter. Maybe he had run back home to his old lady. She was as big as she was round. Her belly stretched out clear in front of her, like an overly ripe watermelon. This was going to be their first child, and she was due any day now. Paul, of course, was increasingly paranoid that something would happen to her, or she would need something when he wasn't around, so he never strayed too far from her side. Although I haven't ever married, and have no kids of my own, my worry was somewhat similar when Ava was out of my sight for too long, so I couldn't blame the man for running off if that was the issue. Shoving the thought aside, I made a mental note to call him about it later. "Jessie," Ava called, her voice cutting through the still of the night. She had already hopped out of the car and was halfway across the cow pasture, standing right smack dab in the middle of it. "Ava, it's darker than sin out here. I need you to stay close to me. There's no telling what's lurking out in these parts at this time of the night." "Oh, come on," she yelled back. "Don't be a baby." Even in the dark, I could sense her sass, her tongue sticking out at me rebelliously as I fought a losing battle to not step on the countless cow patties littering the pasture. Somehow, in my sleep-deprived state, I'd grabbed my nice boots instead of my mud-crusted ones, caked in who knows what else. "Ava, I'm serious," I warned. "I already have to look for these cows, and the last thing I need to be looking for is you." I paused, my voice stern, but softened a little around the edges. "Listen, you come here to help, not hinder. You hear?" An exasperated sigh left her lips before she finally relented and shrugged her shoulders. "Fine, I'll stay close." I patted her shoulder and pointed towards the few heifers that were grazing along the tree line. "Listen, the faster we work together to get this done, the faster you can be back home eating your Cap'n Crunch." Strolling across the field with me, her steps fell in line with my own. 3 of hers for every 1 of mine. "It'll be soggy by then," she quipped. I punched her lightly on the shoulder, shooting her a grin. "I'll make it up to you by taking you by the Waffle House in town." Her eyes suddenly lit up at the offer, before she grabbed my arm and practically dragged me along. "Deal," she said, a smile spreading across her features. A couple hours later, and we both quickly realized that gathering the cows and mending the fence took a whole lot longer than we'd anticipated. Wiping some sweat from her brow, Ava suddenly glanced over towards me, and then back around at our surroundings, before saying, "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" I asked. "The cows mooing?" I nudged her shoulder playfully, then spoke up again. "Yeah, that's kind of what they do." She punched me in the side, narrowing her eyes, and said, "No, stupid. It sounds like a lady or something, like she's talking to someone." My eyes met hers, my face contorting into one of silent skepticism. "Ava, I don't hear a damn thing besides the wind blowing through the trees and those cows mooing way over yonder. Now, help me pack up my toolbox so we can get the heck out of Dodge before you scare yourself even more." With a huff, she helped me load everything back into the toolbox before she stopped again. I eyed her, stopping what I was doing and folding my arms over my chest. "What is it this time?" I questioned, my brows raised expectantly. "There's no way you didn't hear that." she exclaimed, her movements animated as her hands flew up to express her concern. This time, it sounded real deep and gruff, kinda like a man was talking. I brushed it off, pressing the toolbox closed and picking it up before turning to her and saying, "I think your imagination is just going a little haywire." Peeking a glance at my watch, I internally cringed when I noticed that it was about 2 o'clock. As I took a couple steps across the pasture, though, I noticed that suddenly the night noises came to a standstill. I stopped in my tracks, looking over at Ava, and noticed her do the same. This time, I felt a strange tension in the air. The pasture's normal harmony of moos was suddenly quiet. The crickets from before had even died down, their music fading into an odd silence. It became very apparent that we were all alone, and something about that felt terribly uncomfortable. By the time we had mended the fence, the cows had wandered far across the field, deciding to hunker down under some trees for the night. Fog crept over the lush grass, coating the pasture in an almost ethereal haze. Something about it was eerie, and it made me just uneasy enough to kick myself for forgetting to grab my gun off my nightstand. "Jessie?" Ava whispered, breaking me from my silent observation, her voice slightly wavering. I turned on my heel to face her, my eyes taking in her worried expression, her own eyes as wide as saucers. "Ava, what's over there?" She pointed, cutting me off, her finger shaking like a leaf. Following her trajectory, I stilled. Every hair on my arm stood on end when my eyes connected with 2 more near the tree line. Ava looked like a deer caught in the headlights, her own arms sprinkled in goosebumps. The eyes glowed hauntingly, a sinister smirk fixing itself to the creature's face, a smile way too wide to be human, except for the fact that it appeared as if in some strange way it was. Despite this thing being shrouded in darkness, there was no mistaking the outline of a human-like form. I wrapped my hand around Ava's arm, fast as lightning, and began to hurry the both of us out of the field. "Ava," I whispered, "you've got to move faster. Come on, you've got to help me." My legs made quick strides across the pasture, but Ava was still struggling to keep up. I made a quick decision, grabbing her up and throwing her over my shoulder, before jogging towards the truck. I threw the both of us inside, quickly locking the doors and peering out across the pasture, expecting to see those glowing eyes still fixed on the 2 of us. Except there was nothing. Still shaken up, I shoved my key into the ignition of my old diesel truck, hoping and praying it wouldn't give me any trouble this time. A shiver raced down my spine as time crawled by. Distressed, I waited for the orange glow on my instrument panel to fade, mirroring the unsettling memory of that creature's eyes, the way they gleamed from the depths of the woods, only proving to add to my ever-growing anxiety. When the engine roared to life, though, there was no relief. The turbo barely had any chance to awaken before I got the heck out of Dodge, barreling down the road, a spewing plume of rolling coal left in our wake, a frantic attempt to outpace the lurking fear behind me. "What was that?" Ava suddenly asked, her knees huddled up to her chest as her arms wrapped securely around them. With a quick scan of my surroundings, I looked in the rearview mirror and exhaled a sigh of relief when there was nothing but the trees and a cloud of dirt behind us. I honestly have no idea what that thing was, but I do know that I'm going to call Paul as soon as we get back to the house and get this all straightened out. My voice shook slightly, but I tried to mask it, clearing my throat and gripping the steering wheel instead. The last thing I wanted was for Ava to know that I was scared out of my doggone mind. "Jessie," she said, her voice soft and quiet, hands picking at loose string on her jeans. "It's okay to be scared." I knew she was only trying to comfort me, but one of us had to be strong. So I shook off my fear as best as I could and reached out a hand to pat her knee. "I'm not scared," I replied, my voice smooth and even. "I'm just worried." The second we pulled up to the house, though, that worry slowly morphed back into fear. Something familiar was lying on the front porch. Slamming the truck into park, I hopped out and ran up to it. There, splayed out across the wood, was a bloodied mass. A cow. I held back a gasp, trying and failing to steady my stomach as it bubbled and churned. Instead, I bent over and dry heaved, the smell infiltrating everything around me. Blood and guts squirmed and writhed with millions of maggots. The badly slaughtered heifer laying there with her black glossy eyes staring up at the ceiling, tongue dangling from her mouth. Large lacerations covered her body, monstrous chunks missing from the abdominal area. It took all I had not to vomit. The sound of the truck door rang out as Ava closed it, and before I could stop her, her feet were paddling across the grass to stand beside me. I heard her gasp before she quickly reached towards her shirt, tugging it up over her nose to mask the horribly wretched smell. Covering my own nose with the sleeve of my flannel, I motioned for Ava to follow me inside. I needed to inspect the cabin, but I also wanted to keep her close. Together, the both of us carefully moved throughout each room until we were satisfied that we were safe. Once we both gave the okay, we plopped down on the couch and just stared at each other. Neither of us mentioned the cow still laying outside on the front porch, but I was certain that somehow we both knew how it got there. Exhaustion clung to us like a wet t-shirt, but it was apparent that the adrenaline coursing through our systems had us both working in overdrive. And that's when I heard it. The landline in the kitchen. It's got to be Paul. I stood from the couch and hurried over to the phone, nearly tripping over my own feet as I answered it on the first ring. "Paul?" I questioned, my voice a bit too loud, a bit too unrestrained, and a whole lot of worried. "Where the heck were you, man?" Suddenly the line cracked, and a voice came back over the speaker. "Jessie? Paul's?" There was a pause, but the slight edge that the voice had was unmistakable. "Missy? Is that you? Where's Paul?" "Paul's?" Her voice wavered again, before I heard the phone being snatched from her hand, and another voice floated over the line, the tone both sinister and calm. "I'm sorry, Jessie," it crooned,
its voice deep and smooth. "Paul's not here right now. In fact, Paul was just getting in the way. So I simply had to..."
The voice trailed off, the line crackling again. Fear coursed through me, and I couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat. The realization finally dawning on me. This was the creature. Instead of following us home, it had run back to Paul's house. But why? You... My voice shook. You didn't. You didn't kill...
"Oh, but I did,"
the creature hissed. I could almost feel its grin widening at my unbridled disbelief.
"You see,"
it started.
"I'll say it in a way that your poor human brain can comprehend. Missy here has got a bun in the oven."
The creature drew out, and then he suddenly went quiet, giving me a second to let it all sink in. And when it finally did, I paled and nearly dropped the phone when it responded.
"And it doesn't belong to Paul."
I don't know if this story even deserves to be on this sub. I didn't encounter any kind of supernatural being or monster, and I don't think I'm in an alternate dimension. But this has been eating me up inside ever since, and I'm going to go insane if I can't tell someone what happened, to help make sense of it all, or even just to vent. Earlier this week, Monday, I was in my lecture theatre. We were presenting our assignments, and I had gone second out of a class of 30. My work usually only starts at 1 a.m, so I'm quite a late sleeper. The 9 to 12 Monday class always messes with my sleep schedule, getting me up earlier than I'm meant to. It's safe to say, I'm not a morning person. Regardless, watching 28 people present after me 3 hours before I usually even wake up really took the life out of me. Around 9:30, I felt myself falling asleep at my desk. I put my head down, felt myself drifting off. I really should have just gone to sleep. But I shook myself awake. As soon as I looked up, the silence was deafening. Several students looked in my direction, staring at me with shallow, silently judgmental eyes. The student presenting his work had stopped talking as well. He stood at the front of the class, standing silently, looking at me with dead eyes, in dead silence. Needless to say, I was violently uncomfortable. I realized falling asleep during someone's presentation was rude, but that was not the reaction I was expecting. But if I wasn't uncomfortable before, what my lecturer said to me next sent shivers down my spine. You aren't supposed to be awake right now. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I had no idea what to make of it, so I brushed it off as a joke. Like, I suppose it makes sense. You see someone falling asleep, so you make a joke about them being awake. I don't know. It's weird. I don't care. I needed to cut the silence, so I mustered up a soft, "Sorry." The student went back to presenting. His work was fine. I don't know. It seemed normal. The next student got called up from the list. They presented the same, albeit with worse work. I thought it was all going back to normal. The next student got up, staring directly at me with judgmental, piercing eyes. She stood in front of the class, and her presentation played behind her. Poorly thought out white slides, with aerial text and no images. She didn't say a word. No one did. She stared directly at me the entire time, standing stiff like a mannequin, eyes locked onto mine, while her presentation played behind her. She received no feedback. Her friends did not whisper to her as she sat down. Finally, the lecturer stood, walked up to the front of the class. "That's all we have time for today. Class is dismissed." It wasn't even 10. We had over 2 hours of class to go, and over half the class still had to present. I can't have disrupted the class that much by dozing off, right? A few people got up and left the room. A few stayed seated. I left as quickly as possible. I saw maybe 3 people on my way out. The silence was following me through the halls. The usually bustling university halls were no longer full of young people laughing or even working. Just a handful of silently seated individual students, staring blankly at a laptop or an empty notebook. I wanted to leave. I figured getting to work a couple of hours early would be better than lurking amongst these desolate halls. So I went to the bus stop. I stood there, at an empty bus stop. The buses usually come to this stop every 15 minutes. They did not. Even the street felt uncomfortable. A car passed me maybe every few minutes as I waited. This city is supposed to have 1 million people. Yet every time I had the luxury of seeing life, I was greeted with a slow-walking pedestrian walking on the other side of the road. Or worse, a glaring face, eyeing me down from a dark window. I had never felt so alone, so confused. I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched, even when there was no one in sight, which had become more often than not at this point. I waited there for 2 hours. 2 hours that felt like they stretched on for days. Empty, soulless eyes watching me from dark corners. Looming people stood like soldiers in distant windows. At exactly 12, bang on midday, this all changed. The bell went off from the university behind me, a loud and annoying reminder that screams to all the doe-eyed students that class has ended. I heard laughter again. A businessman almost bumped into me, entranced by his phone. A car screeched over a puddle and threw water on a passerby. A mother with a screeching baby pushed a pram up the hill. 5 minutes later, my bus drove around the corner, on time as usual, even if the last 8 had seemingly missed their cue. At this point, I was paranoid. More than that, I was visibly shaking. I had no idea what was going on, but I knew it wasn't right. And I'd read enough horror stories to know not to trust this bus. Against my better judgment, I boarded it. To my surprise, it was fine, The bus quickly filled with racing students in a rush to get home. Everyone thanked the bus driver on the way out. Outside the window, I saw life again. We even got stuck in a traffic jam. I called in sick to work and went home to sleep, but I couldn't bring myself to. It's been several days. Nothing like that has happened since. I don't catch people staring at me. The streets feel alive as ever. But that doesn't change the fact that it happened. It doesn't change the fact that for 2 hours of my life, I was faced with a city that finally slept and demanded I rested alongside it. It doesn't change the fact that for 2 hours of my life, I wasn't supposed to be awake.
Hello, Sinister listeners. If you've enjoyed this story, then you'll find all the author's information in the description below. For more content, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe to succumb to the sinister.